Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh no. Oh golly gee. Dum, bum, bum, bum. Hello. 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 Is anybody out there? Is anybody home? Oh, hello. Hello, KB in the world. Yes, I am back. The castle seems to have suffered a brief internet outage, but we are back online now. Thank God. Or thank me, I guess. Or thank whatever force in the world solves internet outages, but maybe the same force that creates them, in which case, fuck that guy. Oh my God. Hello, everybody. I'm glad you're all back. Thank you for your patience while I was dealing with that strange problem. Goodness me. Goodness me. Let's just give everybody a few more minutes to pile back in. A few more moments to pile back in. Yes, thank you, Kaskin. I'm glad to be back. I don't know what happened. Ugh. How wacky, how strange. Magane mode? Alright. Boop up. Since you asked so nicely and you came back. Anyways, I guess we can continue now. I was saying, like, right as the stream died, is that I love this pose on Hairbrain. It's very funny. He's a very funny guy. You see? Not one. True. I didn't see anything like that. He was basically just saying, like, if Hairbrain stabbed the guy, why wasn't there any blood, basically, found on the stage? He's got a point. He's got a point. I think I have to fix the chat box. Ugh. The stream goes down and you have to, like, fix everything. You hate it. You hate to see it. Okay. Hopefully that'll solve it. If not, oh well. Order, order. Why does Gregson look like he'd slip on a banana peel and do 3 backflips in the air before falling down? It's his Luigi energy. He looks a little bit like Luigi. Pray forgive the discourtesy if I savor a drop from my hallowed chalice to accompany my old friends adieu sing. The chat box isn't showing up on stream. I know, it's annoying. I don't know why. Who knows why? It is annoying. I'll just have to make another one. Bubsy the Hormagaunt. That's an interesting name. Welcome to the Rose Rabbit Army. Thank you for pledging your eternal loyalty, which is in fact what you do when you hit the follow button. That's what happens. Oops, that wasn't supposed to show up. You already did that? Well, that's fine. I'm glad you're here. You're a new viewer. Welcome. I'm glad you showed up now and not a minute ago when the internet died and I was having some technical difficulties. I'm glad for that, and I bet you are too. Let me just see if I can fix this chat box real quick. It's so annoying. I should have people to do this sort of work for me. I think I just have to create it again entirely, which is annoying. Yes, this should do, I think. I think we fixed it. Yes. Yes. Woo-ho-ho-ho. Don't you know? Okay. This should be good, I think. Put it there. Okay. No. No. Okay. This isn't the best solution. I'll have to fix the proportions again. But that should be an okay fix for now. I'll have to fix like its size later. I've just kind of cropped it. But there we go. All right. All right. Yes, of course Von Zieks brought wine to a courtroom. He always does that. It's part of his aesthetic. Here's to you, Albert. Oh, you're too kind, Beric. But I'm really not a patch on you. There it goes. It's gone. He always brings wine to the courtroom and then he always wastes it. No, you're not. No? You've neglected to mention one crucial possibility. I have? The particular situation in which you have very little bleeding would result from a stab wound. Yeah, he does. He has some very big Dracula energy. At the start of a court, he always wears like a cape and then he tosses it off later. He has very Dracula energy. Ah, of course. Inspector, enlighten the court, please. Yes, sir. Where are they going with this? Very well. You will amend your formal testimony now, Inspector Gregson. Give him the Count Muppets voice? No, unfortunately he's British, so the Transylvanian accent wouldn't work for him very well. Now, the weapon the victim was stabbed with must have been left in his body whilst he was beamed through the air. Oh, that's right. We're still going with this the Star Trek explanation. Hold it! Yes, the Great Ace Attorney takes place at turn of the 20th century Britain. So, like very early 1900s, like, or either very late 1800s. They never give a specific year. But Ryunosuke Naruhodo is Phoenix Wright's ancestor, who traveled from Japan to study law in London. That's about the long and short of it. Why would you think that, Inspector? With any wound, it's only when you pull the weapon out that profuse bleeding occurs. Whilst it's still lodged in the body, it acts as a stopper of sorts, for want of a better word. Yes, we went over this in the first case. The Ryunosuke wasn't there for that. I see. You don't need a medical degree to be aware of this fact. It's common knowledge for any investigator. Ah, where's Susato-san when you need her? Solving this exact same problem in the first case. If you ask me, this bloke masked what he was doing from view with his body before stabbing Asman in the chest. And then he beamed the victim off the stage with his fancy device. The screwdriver was still where he planted it. Oh yeah, I also forgot to mention, because this is turn of the century London, Our good friend Herlock Sholmes is here. We're friends with Herlock Sholmes, a very real man, not at all based off of any fictional man. I would never do such a thing, not to my precious tools. I would never use them for such dirty work. You only use tools for their intended purpose. That's common knowledge for any scientist. The fact remains, the lack of blood at the scene can be easily explained, as the prosecution has demonstrated. I see. So that's all the testimony I have to work with. I had no idea the victim had been stabbed. That changes everything. He looks like he would execute you for sneezing. He would. Better look out. Did Von Zieks keep that to himself until now on purpose to gain the advantage? Oh well, I suppose all I can do is press these witnesses for as much new information as possible. Alright, so we got the testimony amendment. That's the important part, I think. Let's examine this. I've seen this unusually shaped handle before. It's the same screwdriver that was lodged in the grill on the floor of the kinesis machine, which could be important information, so I should definitely make a note of it. Yeah, so this is what I thought. They were saying that the screwdriver was lodged in the man's chest when he was sent to the Crystal Tower, beamed, quote unquote. That's not what happened, obviously. But it wasn't. We found it when we saw it. It was stuck in the machine. This is blood. Mr. Asmon's, no doubt. This is the problem with looking at murder weapons. Yeah.
Objection!
Yeah. I got it right. You always know when the music stops that you got it right. You say that while the weapon remains in the body, there's very little bleeding. Is that unequivocal? Look, there was no blood on the experimentation stage, even though that's where the fellow was stabbed. The only explanation for that is if the screwdriver was still in the body, stopping any heavy bleeding. It's common medical knowledge, my learned friend, even on your side of the world. Oh yeah, I forgot, Von Zieks is super racist, by the way. Like, a good core part of this game is a Japanese man coming into very early 20th century London has to deal with racism a lot. Yes, but about this screwdriver. The thing is, we actually saw it at the scene ourselves, on the experimentation stage. What? It was on the floor by the wreckage of the machine, poking through a metal grill. I went to pick it up, but the detective here stopped me. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Well, now you come to mention it, yes. Inspector, are we to understand that you permitted the defense counsel to investigate? Oh yeah, well, Ryunosuke didn't bring the katana. It belonged to his guy best friend who died in the first game. So he's keeping it as a way to honor him. It has, as Ryunosuke says, it has Kazuma-san's spirit in it. Yeah, it has his soul in it. A katana is a man's soul. So I'm just holding on to my guy best friend's soul. That you contravene the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. No, not at all. I wouldn't do that. I just let him look, nothing more. It was very clear he wasn't to touch a thing. Yes, that's true. The screwdriver was in plain sight on the stage. But it shouldn't have been, should it? What are you getting at? If this tool had still been in the victim's body when the victim was beamed away by the machine, then it shouldn't have still been on the stage. Ah. That's right. It should have been beamed across to the Crystal Tower along with Mr. Asmon, and been found still lodged in the victim's chest. Yeah, I love all the animations characters have in these games. Order! Order! How do you explain this, Inspector? I don't... It looks as though everything that the victim had on his person moved with him when he was beamed. If the screwdriver is still in this chest when the instantaneous kinesis occurred, obviously that should have been beamed to the destination as well. This is a strange situation. Even though people are saying that this instantaneous kinesis is a scientific impossibility, we're still basing arguments on the assumption that it did actually take place. Alright, time to tighten the screws here. My lord, if the prosecution is unable to explain this inconsistency in its argument, hello innocent bystander, we can only conclude that the testimony given in support cannot be relied upon. Lord Von Zieks is stumped. Who's screeching? Do you have something to say, witness? Yes, I knew it. It bears out. The equations hold. Mr. Naruhodo, don't worry. About what? Well, yeah, of course it's British. Everybody in this game is British, except for Ryunosuke, who is from Japan. Without delving into the details, there is no inconsistency. What? Even if Andrew had been lodged in Mr. Asmund's chest, my trusty tool wouldn't have moved. Andrew remaining on the stage is consistent with my calculations. What? There it goes. Goodbye. He doesn't need it anymore. It would seem your illusions have been shattered. Clearly, we shouldn't hear the accused's explanation. Or should I say, this brilliant scientist's explanation? Just when I'd found an inconsistency in the prosecution's argument. Scientists. Very well, the defendant will testify again. Provide us with the scientific explanations to why the inconsistency asserted by the defense fails to hold. In the name of Apollo, I will, my lord. Please, please, I'm trying to defend you. Why are you tearing down the argument that will save your life? To be clear, I'm still at the stage of gathering data in my research. My hypothesis states that the kinesis cannot transport metal, though. Hence, the metal weapon would have stayed put. In other words, the point just raised by Mr. Naruhodo isn't an inconsistency at all. Mr. Asmund was the patron of my research. Without him, my work wouldn't have been possible. Now I have a duty to protect the incredible machine that we built together. Okay, I gotta find some way to prove that's wrong. Let me look at the picture. Maybe there's something metal on the guy in the picture. That looks like metal. But yeah, like, all the machine part he was strapped into is very obviously, like, none of this is metal. But, like, this looks like metal. And his glasses are obviously have metal in them. So, I've already found it. I'm a genius. So, the thrust of your testimony, Professor, is that based upon his hypothesis, metal objects cannot be moved by his method of instantaneous kinesis. In other words, since the screwdriver is made of metal, even if it remained lodged in the victim's chest, its subsequent discovery on the stage, despite the victim being found elsewhere, is not an inconsistency. And therefore, Professor Albert Hairbrain could still have been the killer. My great hypothesis holds, you see. We had to make the cage used to contain the subject from wood for that very reason. I was not addressing you, witness. Professor Hairbrain. Yes? Whose side are you on here? I don't take sides, Mr. Naruhodo. No, no, no. My only interest lies in upholding my hypothesis. I'm a scientist, after all. Very cool. Thank you. Very helpful. Is he working for us or against us? It's very hard to tell. Let's see how you cross-examine this testimony, my Nipponese friend. Yes, fire away, Mr. Naruhodo. Again, for those unaware, early 20th century Britain, we still called people those words. I mean, I would never, but the characters in the game sure do.
Hold it!
And yet your retort to my argument wasn't lacking in confidence in any way. No scientist can find the truth without first finding self-belief. Those were the words of a certain scientist I hold in the very highest esteem. But you realize that disproving my argument puts you in a very precarious position, don't you? No scientist should strive to protect himself more than he strives to protect the truth. More words of the same great scientist, you know. Words that are causing me a lot of trouble. Who is this scientist? I'm afraid I couldn't tell you, Mr. Naruhodo. But as soon as I remember the magnificent genius's name, you'll be the first to know. It might be worth keeping the names of your idols to mind. You're wasting your breath, my learned friend. The scatterbrain even forgets my name at times. So Lord Von Zieks really did have a friend once. Oh yeah, one of the backstory pieces for those who missed last time is that Barrick Von Zieks, the prosecutor here, was friends with the professor in university. But I didn't notice hell freezing over. It's part of the intrigue of this case.
Hold it!
Your hypothesis states it, so this isn't proven. No, of course not. It's merely a hypothesis, but a good one, based upon thousands of calculations. But it is widely known that metals can't be decomposed by electrolysis. Yes, of course, so I am right. My hypothesis is clearly correct. What is it about incriminating himself that makes this man so happy? Yeah, this is the only thing that shows what could have been made it to the other side. So I really think this is what we need here, is that his glasses have metal in them. It's the whole reason the birdcage is made of wood, you see. Sorry, the birdcage? Yes, that's what I call the C. obtusa cage in which Mr. Asman was placed for the kinesis. Ah, the jail cell in which the victim was detained. It does indeed seem to be made of a timber of some sort. I'll thank you not to refer to it as an instrument of incarceration, your lordship. In short, any weapon lodged in the victim when he was beamed away by instantaneous kinesis would have been left behind on the stage as if it was made of metal, correct? Yes, that's it. Yes. It all fits perfectly with the mathematical model. You remember something being called a birdcage for another visual novel, but you forget? Nothing comes to my mind. Maybe it was a 999 thing? But the ultimate conclusion, then, is that the defendant alone had the opportunity to inflict this fatal injury on the victim, is it not? Ah, indeed, sir. Someone beat me out of this nightmare. I'm going to try to present the photo.
Objection!
There we go. Yeah, I knew it. First try. It's the glasses. Professor Harebrain, you say that according to your hypothesis, nothing made of metal can be beamed by instantaneous kinesis using the machine you made. Is that right? Yes, that's right. Spot on. Exactly correct. In that case, I'd ask you to have a look at this photograph that was taken at the scene. In particular, I'd like you to pay attention to the victim's face. Yeah, it's the glasses. He has metal on his glasses. You can clearly see that Mr. Asman is wearing a pair of spectacles with a metal rim. Oh, what? Metal? No. Metal can't... That's not... But metal? No! we've already established that the proposed murder weapon, the screwdriver, was found on the stage. However, if your hypothesis correctly predicted that outcome, it should also have predicted that the metal-rimmed spectacles would be found in the same place. Ah! My hypothesis! My hypothesis! It's hard. I've chosen a voice that may be a bit too funny. Professor Hairbrain, this isn't easy for me to say, but your hypothesis is clearly flawed. Blah! Yeah, it's weird how we have to, like, fight the defendant to defend him. Order! 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 Counsel, what is the implication of this? If, on the day in question, the alleged instantaneous kinesis never actually took place, then it's entirely possible that the victim was killed somewhere other than on the stage. And in that case, someone other than the defendant could have been the culprit. But my hypothesis is sound! I proved it that day. The experiment was a success. The experiment was proof of all of my work. If I could say something here in my capacity as a fellow of the Royal Society. Yes, Chair number 4, go ahead. As a man of science, there's one thing I simply cannot abide. And that's a fraud who pretends to be a fellow man of science. He is a very silly-looking man. Look at his eyebrows. They're insane. His eyebrows are going wild. They look like caterpillars. What? Wait! Great Scott! Are you suggesting my science is suspect? It's just been proved, hasn't it? In front of all of us. In other words, the whole demonstration was complete nonsense from start to finish. Believe me, my fellow jurors, when I tell you that this man is a heel, a bounder, and a fraud. I say the wreckage of that machine should be stripped down and thoroughly examined. No, never! That machine is the essence of my entire hypothesis. It's protected by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. What the devil is that blasted act all about, eh? Who made up such a daft rule? I don't like the way this seems to be going. What's the best way for me to help the professor? I don't think we have anything really to object to here. Like, yeah, the jury is unfortunately turning against him because they're like, this guy's a fraud. He must have done the murder now. That's what they're gonna do. But like, we have to like walk the tightrope of like, yes, his hypothesis was false, but he's not the guy who killed him. It was just an accident. Let's try it.
Objection!
Professor Hairbrain has yet to perfect his invention. That would seem to be the case, yes. But even so what? Going to such trouble and expense to create a fake machine to display in public. He would have absolutely no reason to do such a thing.
Objection!
Uh-oh. He had an obvious reason to do exactly that. For the research grant money. If the government was foolish enough to have deemed the man's ridiculous notion plausible, he and his conspirators would have received a handsome sum indeed. Conspirators? What would be the value of such grants? £10? You're an order of magnitude out, madam. £500 a year. Oh, you couldn't live handsome on that much for years. No pressure. The Society has noticed an increase in bogus public demonstrations in the field of science recently. Plenty of scientists arguing with each other to get the largest slice of the funding cake. People's greed is plenty enough motive for murder, I assure you. No! I haven't deceived anyone, least of all the government. My hypothesis is sound. The science is sound. Please, you must believe me.
Objection!
Yeah, I don't know why what chemicals he's cooking up. I'm gonna make methy. No matter how unbelievable this hypothesis may seem to you, ladies and gentlemen, the fact remains that the victim was transported instantly into the Crystal Tower. That's where they got the cat boys. Which means that the experiment was a success. Ah, Barrick! And therefore, the only person who could have possibly committed this murder is the accused. Ah, Barrick. Where is this heading? I have no idea. My lord, if I may... Yes, Lord Von Zeeks. The prosecution would like us to summon new witnesses to stand. New witnesses? What would be the nature of their involvement? They were spectators of the demonstration at the exhibition, who were occupying the special seats. Eyewitnesses? Very well, the court grants the prosecution's request. I should very much like to hear from eyewitnesses to the incident. The prosecution's stance is clear. This experiment was no pastiche. The accused had killed the financier victim there on the public stage before the very eyes of the spectators. Now, my learned friend... Oh, yes? It's time for you to make your own stance clear. There's clearly a flaw in the professor's hypothesis. I can definitely see that. But where does that leave me? We shall take a short recess now, during which time the prosecution will prepare its new witnesses to take the stand. As you wish, my lord. Good. In that case, court is adjourned for 20 minutes. Good night, Jesu. Thank you for joining us. To be continued. Now. After I save, anyways. Return of the Great Departed Soul. Let's see what happens next. Things are weird. This is a weird trial. This is a weird trial because they're like, the entire argument hinges on that you can teleport somebody, which is obviously a fiction. But we're just rolling with it for now, I guess. 23rd of October, 10:44 a.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Mr. Naruhodo? What on earth were you playing at just now? Or rather, what on earth were you playing at all along? My hypothesis, my amazing hypothesis. You've been picking holes in it from the start. Sorry about that. But you promised me. You said you'd prove that dratted explosion was an accident, not murder. You said you'd keep my precious invention from falling into anyone else's hands. But all you've done so far is try to undermine me. Well, because it's kind of bullshit, but okay. Yes, I did make you a promise, you're right. I said that I'd believe in you and fight for your freedom to the very end. But I also told you I was no scientist. I don't understand your hypothesis. The fact is, there's an undeniable flaw in your logic, isn't there? But if I just run through some equations, yes, you see, it's because my work is incomplete. Perhaps it is. Nevertheless, a man died as a consequence, didn't he? Oh no! You're right. You're so right. You're so right, Oomphy. It's all my fault. I don't know anything about soul swords. That's not a thing in Ace Attorney. Maybe another game? I don't know what you're talking about. And I have no right to blame you for my failures. I'm a disaster, not just as a scientist, but as a human being. Well, that might be a little over the top. And while we're on the subject, what about Barrick? He's being awful. Claiming his old university friend to be a murderer, you mean? He's a disaster, not just as a prosecutor, but as a human being. Oh, but no, wait, he's the Reaper, isn't he? Perhaps he's not classified as Homo sapiens anymore? Yeah, he's a ghost or something. not even true, actually. He didn't do any of those things. Glad that's cleared out. Can I double-check something with you? Ah, yes. What? The machine and demonstration you prepared. They were based entirely on your hypothesis, I presume. There was no trickery involved? I drew the plans for the machine with my very own hands. Every line was painstakingly drawn with the firm belief that science is the only future. So yes, it's true that my hypothesis hasn't reached maturity yet, but please, Mr. Naruhodo, you must believe in it. Dude, come on. You can't teleport people. All right, Professor, I understand. Counsel, defendant. The prosecution's witnesses are ready to take the stand. Court is about to be in session again. Make your way into the courtroom, please. It all hinges on that demonstration. If the professor's hypothesis is sound as he claims, it leaves him as the only person who could possibly have killed the victim. But on the other hand, Mr. Sholmes was adamant. A practical implementation, such was attempted by the professor of the Great Exhibition, is quite impossible. So really, what should I be trying to prove here? I don't know, I feel like you can still say that the machine is bullshit, but it was an accident. That's how I feel. Obviously that's just what you should be saying for now. There's some twist here. I mean, we found that crossbow. 23rd October, 11 a.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counsels for the defense and prosecution are ready for the new witnesses to testify. I can't imagine, just because he played a version of the character, I can't imagine Cucumber Snatch voicing Sholmes, because Sholmes has too much of an actual personality. The prosecution is ready, my lord. Unlike the real-life actor, this Sholmes character is not the human equivalent of a 2x4, as is the defense, my lord. So, Lord Von Zeeks, I believe these next witnesses saw the demonstration on the day in question with their own eyes. Indeed they did. And as luck would have it, one of them is a police detective. So the testimony we are about to hear can be considered highly reliable. Perfect. A detective of all people. The prosecution's stance remains unchanged. Though attended in tragedy, the demonstration on the day in question was scientifically sound. And consequently, the sole person with the opportunity to have committed this act of murder is the only other individual to have been present on the stage at the time, the accused. Thank you, counsel. The prosecution's position is clear. So, bring forth your witnesses now. Bailiff, show the witnesses in. The witnesses whose proximity to the incident of the day in question will clarify the truth unequivocally. Who are these freaks? Oh, hi. Hi, Gina. Hello, Saberface. Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court to hear. I didn't expect to see Gina on the stand. B. Loon. I get it, Balloon. My name is Balthazar Loon. I am the impresario of all the hot air balloons in vicinity of the Experimento stage. Oh my... Oh mein Gott! It's all full of blunt smoking. The little German child. My name is Wilhelm Gottschalk Sigismund Ormstein. I have come to see the great exhibition all the way from my home in Bohemia. No, little German boy, don't go into that courtroom. Oh, mein Gott, it's all full of murder. No, not the German child. The German child isn't the saber face. It's the girl to his right, Gina. I'm very rich. Thank you. Inspector Gina Lestrade, Scotland Yard. I'm a great detective. Even Sherlock Holmes agrees. I was on security detail at the exhibition, and I got to go up in one of them hot balloons. It was amazing. Gina, again. But she did mention that she'd seen the disaster from up in a balloon, actually, didn't she? And she clearly loved every minute of it. Based. There were 3 balloons flying near the public experimentation stage when the incident occurred. 2 of these witnesses were in one such balloon at the time and saw events unfold from the skies above. You make it sound like they were in the clouds. It was only an altitude of circa 60 feet, very low. Well, you can't see nothing if you fly too high, can you? 60 feet? About 18 meters, then. I love how, because he's from Japan, Ryunosuke has to, like, calculate the different measurements. Thank you for your introductions. Now you will give your formal testimony for the court. Kindly describe exactly what you witnessed, especially those of you who had a vantage point above the stage. Oh god, the German child, he's so funny. It was an incident terrible. I'm only grateful that my balloons were not damaged. There's this huge bang from the stage, and then, the next second, another bang in the sky beside us. And from amidst the smoke, a cage appeared out of nowhere. The cage had fell from the sky like a stone and crashed into the crystal tower. Well, I didn't get a good look inside the cage, but no one went near it after it crashed into the tower. A most extraordinary collective account, I must say. Could I just clarify something? There's a detail in the witness's testimony that I've not heard any mention of until now. Specifically, that there were 2 explosions. More precisely, 2 explosions in 2 separate places, yes. When the demonstration began, the balloon carrying the 2 witnesses was around here. There were other balloons in the air nearby at the time carrying other passengers as well, to be clear. No, it's not the Eiffel Tower. It's the Crystal Tower. It's very different. And then, as power was supplied to the machine for the demonstration, the first explosion occurred. The so-called bird cage that contained the victim disappeared from the stage, and a moment later, the second explosion occurred, directly adjacent to the balloon carrying the witnesses. The birdcage appeared at the site of the explosion, subsequently to plummet down into the Crystal Tower. I was very surprised. Suddenly, a cage appeared before my eyes with a person inside. The blast was so hot, but I didn't want to miss a thing, so I kept my eyes wide. I don't like that this guy has an open flame in his hat. I still have lots of money. Thank you for reminding us. Precisely, who is this curious infant? I'm told he is a young noble of Bohemian royalty. Apparently, he disguised himself in order to steal unnoticed into the great exhibition. Yeah, I am here in London on a sightseeing trip with my elementary school. We'll have the benefit of a child's point of view in the testimony. Do we really need that? Oh, its mask is gone. Then I remove my mask. This is what I look like. Oh yes, I see. A delightful face, I'm sure. Yeah, everybody says so. Great disguise, then. The point is, the testimony of these witnesses further substantiates the facts for the court. Looks like me? Are you saying I have a baby face? I don't know how I feel about that. Namely, that despite ending in an explosion, instantaneous kinesis was successfully demonstrated. And furthermore, that until the arrival of the police, no one approached the crystal tower where the victim fell. Therefore, only the accused, who was with Mr. Asman on the stage, could possibly have committed the murder. There's a similar smug energy? Well, that's fair. I am quite smug, deservedly so. Who doesn't think I deserve to be smug? After all, I am perfect in literally every way. I am very smug for a good reason. Yes, thank you, counsel. The prosecution's views on the matter are quite clear. So, the defense's cross-examination now, please. Yes, my lord. He's got... Poor Ryunosuke. He's gonna have to cross-examine this child. At least it's not as bad as the child from Apollo Justice. God, that case is so bad. So you're saying this huge, massive Magnum revolver could dislocate a grown man's arm if used improperly? Yes, that's why the child fired the gun. Obviously, they could do it. Fucking stupid clown shoes case. I hate it. Even now, it makes me mad. It was an incident terrible. Hold it! There were 3 balloons flying above the experimentation stage at the time, I understand. See? All 3 of them are bellissimi mambini. They are very popular, signor. Some people will pay £10 for one ride. £10? That's more than my annual stipend. That's very little. £20 a month. That is my pocket money. Royals have all the luck. What? I got up there for free, I did. Play the old I work for Her Majesty's police card, you know? Detectives have all the luck. If they're so popular, why would you only be operating with such a small number of balloons, though? Because if I have too many in the skies, they could crash into each other. The operators for the balloons were decided by lots, with each operator manning a particular area. See, and the zone above this public experimentation stage is the most profitable. The other impresarios, they hate me. I think he's supposed to be Spanish. Yeah, I commented on his hot air hat before, how it has an open flame inside of it. That doesn't seem particularly healthy. Or Italian, yes. He could also be... Actually, I think it is Italian, because Bambini is Italian. Can't really do it. Italian is a hard accent. Mamma mia. He's probably going to say Mamma mia at least once in this case. I guarantee it. Thank you, witness. I think the court has a clear picture of the arrangements for balloon rides at the exhibition. Perhaps we could hear more about what you actually witnessed of the incident. Roy, I can fill you in there, my lord. Hold it! So you actually saw the accident happen from up in the air? Yup! Ain't it amazing what a detective's got to do, eh? I'm telling you, Odo, being a lawyer's a mug's game. You should join the force and we can go flying together. You know me so well. Yes, well, anyway, could you tell us exactly what you saw, do you think? Everything! We saw everything, cause we were up above it all. That dodgy cove climbing into the cage and that dodgy professor pulling all them levers. And that's when it happened. That's when there was that massive bang and the cage disappeared, just like that. You are describing the moment the subject's body was decomposed by the electricity, I believe. No, I didn't know what to make of it, but then there was another bang right in me ear. I looked around and then there was a huge great fireball right next to us in the skies. Thank you for your interjection, little German child. And there was nothing there before. What do you have to say? You have something to say, you stupid little baby. Mr. Gotts, does your memory of the day differ? Look at, this is a funny animation. Look at him chewing on his thumb. Mine, hang on. I have to switch accents. My teacher at elementary school said that when you meet someone for the first time, you should always use their full name. Yes, what was it again? Wilhelm Gottschalk Sigismund Ormstein. Just the 4 names, then. The point is, do you have something to say? Something to add in response to Detective Gina Lestrade's last remark, perhaps? Oi, get it right, Odo. It's Inspector Lestrade. Why does everyone have a problem with how I address them at the moment? Oh my god! He's all full of objectioning. No, little charming child. Don't testify in court. Oh my god, he's all full of objectioning. Detective lady has a similar name to you. I love Gina. She was really fun in the first game, too. That is not what I saw. Oh? Yeah, there was a second explosion, and it was right beside our balloons. That is true. But I'm sure, which is what I said, isn't it? One minute there was nothing there, the next a massive explosion. My teacher at elementary school said that when somebody else is speaking, if you are rude enough to interrupt, you will still have the most awful life imaginable. Are all Bohemians brought up to be so full of joy? God, there's so many accents here. This is so hard. I got Italian, German, Cockney. Just before the second explosion happened next to our balloon, I clearly witnessed a green balloon flying in the sky. A green balloon? Eh, you what? I never saw nothing like that. Did she steal from him? Maybe. Maybe that is where she got the coin from. She's been stealing from him the whole time. In the first game, she's basically like a street urchin. So she like pickpocketed to survive. And then she's like, I'm gonna clean up my act. And she wanted to become a detective. Well, I did. I saw it. And you can't say I didn't. I will complain to the council. I will cry and scream. My testimony is the truth. I am Bohemian Prince. You cannot say it's a lie. That is not allowed. Just playing the bleeding royalty card, are you? Typical. Says the orphan who likes to remind people she works for Her Majesty's police. In that case, young man, I must ask you to amend your formal testimony in the interests of cordial national relations between Great Britain and Bohemia. It was not the sky that exploded, it was a green balloon that was next to us at the time. Hold it! A green balloon, you say? Are you sure about that? Of course I am sure. I am a proud Bohemian prince. All these questions are making me boring. I think you mean bored. Ach, English is very annoying. The language of my countrymen is far superior. Ragazzo, it is very long to lie. Lie? Flying balloons never explode. For the same reason planets never explode. It is logical. Please tell me that doesn't mean logical. If you insult me, you insult all of Bohemia. Madai. I will have the army come and shoot all of your stupid balloons out of the sky. All of them. Here you are, Your Highness. If only all international incidents were so easily resolved. Now that the peaceful relations have been restored here in the courtroom, perhaps we could return to the testimony. Did you also see the moment that the cage materialized, Miss Saloon? No, I did not see the explosion myself, however. It's so hard to do Italian, oh my god. Mamma mia. Okay, this is obviously important. Let me look at my evidence. Oh, this must be... So this must be the green cloth we found. That must be the green part of the green balloon. That's what this is. I don't know if it's time to present it yet, though. We might have to press more.
Hold it!
Did you see that actually happen? No, in reality, I did not. I saw after it hit the tower. There was a grand confusion around the I don't know how to pronounce Italian words. I ran to see what happened. I was terrorized by the idea that one of my balloons had crashed. I suppose they are his livelihood. But when I looked up to the sky, all my precious balloons were still there. Oh, I saw it there. I saw it slam into the tower. After all, I am a detective now. And tell us what you saw, Inspector Lestrade. Confusione. I don't know. Languages are hard. That's what I like to hear.
Hold it!
Was it you who gave the order to keep people away? Use your head, Odo. How could it have been me? I was up in a balloon, wasn't I? Right. So, 'cause I weren't available, it was the boss who had to leg it over here. He was getting shoved and kicked all over by the panicking spectators as he tried to seal off the scene. It was a real sight to behold, I can tell you. Amazing. Poor Inspector Gregson. So anyway, I couldn't see the cage though as well because of all the smoke. And I didn't really want to see, to be honest. I was scared out of me wits. Keep it together, Inspector. The prosecution really is asserting that the demonstration was genuine. But what if it was actually some kind of switch-around trick instead? That would mean that the victim was never actually on the stage in the first place. The two explosions would have thrown everyone watching into a panic for sure. I think I need to find out more about what exactly people saw at the time. So I think what I should do... I think I have to present the green...
Objection!
Yeah, there we go. It was that one. Mr. Loon, in your testimony, you said all three of the balloons you had operating at the time were undamaged. See, that is correct. If they had been caught in the explosiones, it would have been terrible. I wonder if you might know what this is. I think it may be... See, part of a balloon. A burnt piece of the fabric of the envelope. Sorry, the envelope? Pardon, that is the large round part of the balloon, which becomes filled with hot air. It is made from very thick fabric lined with rubber. You do not want it to rip when you are in the sky. Just as I thought. This piece of cloth was found near the experimentation stage. In other words, as Mr. Goetz testified, a green balloon did indeed explode that day. Eh? If all the balloons in the sky above the experimentation stage belong to you, Mr. Loon, then your statement that they were all undamaged clearly contradicts the evidence. No! I hate his hat so much. I hope it explodes too. The balloon exploded that day, when did they say so? Maybe everyone on board was killed. Oh no, having to spend 10 whole pounds for the experience? How awful. It seems to me that those things crash 50% of the time anyway. The instantaneous kinesis did occur, but after an explosion on the stage, the point of materialization shifted a location occupied by a balloon. Causing the balloon to explode? Yes, eminently possible. An unfortunate traffic accident, as it were, but it changes nothing about the pertinent facts. This I cannot accept. Why not, Mr. Loon? You are suggesting that I am a liar? That person's died in a balloon incidente. There's no need to get fired up, Mr. Loon. The victim was the sole fatality that day. That's right, and I approve it. Balthazar Loon is not a liar. There's no such balloon in the sky. It is non possible. You're saying it's impossible? Why? This court has more important matters to discuss than the number of balloons that were operating that day. Whoops. Ah!
Objection!
But we can't ignore the fact that nobody appears to have known anything about this other balloon until now. My lord, the defense calls for further testimony from Mr. Loon. I concur. There's clearly more to the truth here than meets the eye. Transform and roll out. It's imperative that we clear up the issue of this phantom balloon, I feel. Witness, you will give supplementary testimony about the balloons you were operating at the exhibition. Ah, grazie, my lord. He is very round. I guess that's because he looks like a balloon, too. As I said, Balthazar Lune is no liar. Every balloon I had in the sky landed safely. All 3 of my balloons were carrying passengers. If they fell to the ground in an esplosione, what a catastrophe. But you can't get away from the fact that a burnt-up bit of cloth was found at the scene, can you? The coppers at the yard reckon it was probably some debris thrown from the explosion on the stage. Yeah, he's getting filled up with hot air until he's big and round. That's what you like to see, right? That's what you like to see here on my streams, you fucking freak? Is that what you're into? This stupid old ragazzo is mistaken. My balloons have the red and blue zigzag stripes anyway. So your assertion is that the balloon that this child saw was not belonging to you? If I roll my R's, I become more Italian. It's actually really hard for me to roll my R's. I'm really bad at it. Si, exactamente. If you ever even saw a balloon in the first place. I do not like the sound of it. It is very bad for business. I have a good mind to sue the land of Bohemia. If you attack us, we will fight back. It will be war. All out war. All out war, you say? Never mind, peace has once been established. Again. What happened to all-out war? So we've got balloon expansion and vor in today's stream. I hope you're all happy with yourselves. Look what you've done. Not me. It's you. You did this. You caused this. It could have been stopped. You all did this. This is all your fault. You brought up expansion and now Vor is here? One invites the other, you fools! You've opened the gates. You've thrown them wide. Mr. Loon certainly doesn't appear to be lying, but that doesn't change the fact that the testimony and evidence are contradictory here. If the defense is unable to find fault with the witnesses' statements, the court must consider them the truth. Think long and hard on that, my learned friend. The situation has clearly changed now. I have to get to the bottom of what happened here, no matter what it takes. Counsel, you may now cross-examine the witnesses. Okay.
Hold it!
You couldn't just have forgotten one, maybe? Signor, I might have not noticed if I was given 100 lentils from one who was missing. But we are talking about 3 enormous balloons. Do you believe I could make a mistake about something so grande and expensive? I took the liberty of having Inspector Gregson check this gentleman's warehouse. I have the report here. Clearly says a total of 3 balloons. It would appear no mistake has been made then. Surely Miss Lestrade could have been sent for such a menial task. What, me? I'll tell you what I told the boss. East End kids like me can only count up to 2. Obviously that ain't true, but the boss bought it and said he'd have to go himself in that case. Good old Gina. would be quite a catastrophe if they fell to the ground for any reason, I think. On that note, Mr. Lune, tell me, what is it that keeps these balloons in the sky? Are you an idiota? Sorry? That it's like asking, why does a candle burn bright? East End of London has not changed for almost 30 years. Well, this takes place like 100 years ago, so... It burns bright because it burns bright. And the balloon flies because it flies. What else? Like I said, turn of the century London. Like turn of the 20th century, not turn of the 21st century. Ah, that must be Italian for I don't know. There are two types of flying balloons, hot air balloons and gas balloons. Hot air balloons work on the principle of hot air being less dense than cool air, whereas gas balloons derive their lift by using a gas that is lighter than air. See, and my balloons are filled with the magic gas, I believe. Hydrogen, lighter than air, but highly explosive. Good lord. I do not permit smoking of the cigarettes in any of my balloons. The magic gas does not like fire. Even a small spark of static electricity could cause the entire balloon to explode. What is the matter with you, Signor? All that comes out of your mouth is esplosione, esplosione. I tell you, my balloons are perfectly safe. They have to be, or I cannot eat. None of my balloons exploded that day, I am completely sure. If you still say that is what happened, you must show me the proof. Yeah, I'm sure there would be... I'm sure, like, if you built a really big hydrogen balloon, you know, filled with hydrogen gas, and it's just massive, it's huge. You might call it blimp-like. Nothing bad would happen. It would be perfectly fine. It would not explode. Alright, so Mr. Lune had 3 balloons in the air that day. If none of them were damaged, then what was the one that exploded? Well, don't look at me, Ryunosuke.
Hold it!
I was surprised to find the piece of fabric still at the scene, actually. Don't you search the area surrounding the stage for clues? Nah, I'm not into picking stuff up off the ground, me. Always works out way better diving into people's pockets instead. Yes, I also like his confused spray where he's like, huh? As he slowly turns to the camera. So much for the new career path. Mind you, the boss was on his hands and knees picking up all kinds of rubbish from the floor. Thing is though, the cage went crashing into the crystal tower, didn't it? So that's where most of the investigating was going on. Even so, I would have thought someone from Scotland Yard would have gathered it up as evidence. Cool, listen to you. You stumble across a bit of balloon and suddenly you're the best investigator in the world. Pardon? Well, you ain't got a badge, have you? Like this one. I could arrest you with this if I wanted to. I wouldn't put it past her. Come to think of it, there was talk of someone scorching on the ground at a meeting we had about the investigation. Scorching on the ground.
Hold it!
There was considerable damage to the stage and surrounding area, wasn't there? Yeah, some of the codes what we were watching the experiment were caught in the blast and injured. Good job your old contraption didn't kill over, eh? I hadn't even considered that. It seems there was a great panic after the incident occurred. Nevertheless, the police shouldn't have missed a torn piece of the envelope from a balloon. Inspector Gregson can expect repercussions. Oh no, they're gonna cut his pay, just like they always do to Gumshoe. Like me swiping all his fish and chips, eh? The man's sole pleasure. None of this matters. That scrap of balloon envelope means nothing. Niente. Niente. Not nicente. That's a different word.
Hold it!
This is interesting. This could go somewhere. You mean the color is wrong? Si, Signor. I do not have any green balloons in my warehouse. And yet, a piece of green cloth was found at the scene, and it's unmistakably from a balloon. Well, I do not know how that can be. For the sake of argument, let's say that a green balloon did explode above the stage. You couldn't therefore conclude that it happened on the day in question. Why not? There have been recreational balloon flights over Hyde Park operating from before the Great Exhibition. One could have exploded on some earlier dates. Unfortunate, as I'm sure you would agree. You believe it may have been from some earlier balloon incident that predates the exhibition? Si, exactamente. As the signal says, it is not from one of my balloons. Oh, the German child is upset. Clearly, this little ragazzo from Bohemia is mistaken about what he saw.
Excuse me.
Tell me what you have to say, German child. It's Master Wilhelm Gottfried Sigismund Ormstein. It was on the tip of my tongue. Yeah, something is very wrong. I know what I saw. There was a green balloon there. I swear it. I swear it all over Bohemia. You could speak as much bad language as you like, but it changes nothing. No, Ormstein with an M. Different from Ornstein of Ornstein and Smoke. I do not think Dark Souls is canon to the Ace Attorney universe. Sorry. If you do not have evidence, ragazzo, then I must tell your parents to punish you, eh? Perhaps we'll let the judge decide when it comes to punishments. Evidence? What is evidence? To give a simple example, young man. A photograph, for instance. Some tangible proof of what you claim. Well, why didn't you say so sooner? I have the photograph here. Good gracious. What? I had not been up in a balloon for a little while, so I was very excited. Oh god, he's got a picto box. You gotta finish that side quest. I took lots and lots of photographs. Of the Crystal Tower, of the Bohemian exhibit, of the streets of London, of the hot eel cellar, the balloon. And the instantaneous kinesis experiment? Did you take a picture of that? Yeah, one picture. Really, you did take one. But all I wanted was a ride in a balloon. I was not interested in boring experiments. Never mind that. Can you show us that photograph? Of course, and then you will see. You will see that I am not lying. That I really did see a green balloon. Okay, show us the pictures. This isn't in color. How am I supposed to know it's not green? You idiot child. This is why I hate kids. Kids are the stupidest people. Oh, I will show you. It is not in color. Well, you are all too shocked to speak. Yes, I think shocked is indeed the word, young man. Yeah, perhaps you cannot see that it's what is a green balloon from this photograph, but that is not my fault. That is the fault of the stupid person who made the camera. He's crying with umlauts. I don't even know how that's was sound. Wah, wah. Oh my god, he's all full of objection. That is one very bohemian sounding cry. Wah, wah. Very well, the court will accept this photograph as evidence. Well, it's still useful, because, like, let me get a better look at this. It's not my fault. It's the fault of the person who made the camera. Hang on, I want to look at this picture. There's, like, clearly something, like, being shot here. Like, what is this? Like, something is being shot at the balloon. It looks like a bullet or something. Like, what is this? What's going on here? And yeah, there's the guys at the thing. Yeah, why is the balloon empty? There's no one riding in it. Should I... What's my theory here is that I don't know, but the guy was in the birdcage, so I don't know. This is weird. I don't know what's going on here. We'll have to suss it out. There's a lot of... So, like, the biggest thing is that the balloon looks like it's being shot with something. So that leads me to believe that, like, this was some sort of setup, you know, to make it look like the bird cage had actually appeared, but it was just the explosion from the balloon. But it really did get up there somehow. It's not my fault. Well, never mind. I'm sure you have plenty of wonderful sepia memories to take home with you. In any case, when exactly did you take that photograph? Well, it was on the day of the big explosion. You don't say. When I pressed the shutter release, there was this very loud bang, and the hot wind rushed over my face. That means this photograph was taken a split second before the explosion occurred. Well, if you ask me, this black and white photograph changes nothing. I could not give the flying fig. Lovely language you picked up. As I thought, Mr. Lune's testimony just doesn't quite add up. The young Bohemian boy claims to have seen another fourth balloon. Mr. Lune vehemently denies the possibility, and it's hard to imagine the man in charge could be mistaken about the number of that were in the air. So it must be somebody else's balloon. Still, this inconsistency must tell us something, I'm sure. Yeah, so I can present the picture now because there were no passengers in the balloon.
Objection!
That's our first step here, is there's no passengers, which is weird, and we gotta figure out what that means. Unfortunately, the photograph Mr. Goetz took can't tell us the color of the balloon, but it can tell us something else, something crucially important. What? It shows that the pictured balloon wasn't carrying any passengers. Oh, my goodness, you're right. But surely all the balloons would have been carrying passengers. There would be no sense in it otherwise. See, they are for pleasure, for seeing the view. My balloons only fly with passengers. Which tells us that the pictured balloon isn't one of them. So when the incident occurred that day, there was a fourth balloon in the skies above the experimentation stage. The mysterious green balloon. I know nothing. Niente. I can only tell you one thing. If this balloon was not carrying passengers, then it was not one of mine. Oh god, it's gonna explode.
Objection!
There are illegal tradesmen everywhere you care to look. Clearly, one such entrepreneur decided to capitalize on the opportunity presented by the Great Exhibition. And managed to operate balloon flights in Mr. Lune's patch without him realizing. See, the competizione trying to steal my profits. I did not notice because of the esperimento that went wrong on the stage. This fourth balloon exploded at the very same moment Mr. Asman was beamed from the stage below. Right, so them scraps that fell to the ground after and left them scorch marks, they didn't come from the stage at all. It was bits of the balloon raining down, because no one was in it and didn't get no attention. A mysterious fourth balloon carrying no passengers, silently floating over the experimentation stage.
Objection!
This photograph shows us nothing more. A stray balloon carrying no one and operated by some rogue trader. Clearly has nothing to do with the case. Its relevance does elude me, I must say. The court has seen sufficient evidence and had ample testimony already. The prosecution calls for this trial to be concluded. What, did he get bored? He's reading the newspaper now? Really? Have we really got to the truth yet? No, I can't let this opportunity slip away. The jurors' minds are made up, and not in our favor. What else can this photograph tell us? Is there nothing more we can learn from it? Yeah, it's clearly that beam of light. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, wait. Please don't give your decisions yet. This photograph from Mr. Goetz may well be hiding one more vital clue. What's that? A vital clue?
Objection!
I was made for the 3DS, you can see, because I'm popping out of the screen. Well, we'll past the point of mere possibilities. It's time for definitives now, so tell the court. What exactly does this alleged clue in the photograph prove? The cause of the explosion. It's that weird beam shooting at it. We can reasonably assume that the pictured balloon was destroyed in the searing heat of the explosion. Yeah, that's right, yeah. It was not my fault. Evidently, because the birdcage from the kinesis machine materialized in the sky when it had been flying. And the balloon, being filled with flammable hydrogen, instantly and explosively ignited.
Objection!
No, that's not what happened. What? It would appear that this photograph requires closer examination. Counsel for the defense, you will highlight the location of this alleged clue in the photograph for the court. Of course, my lord. If you look closely, it's plain enough to see, and what's shown is linked to another piece of evidence we have. In a way, that leads to an unbelievable conclusion. Hang on, I have to look here. Probably this, the weapon. It's a crossbow, after all. The clue that heavily suggests the real reason the balloon exploded is this part right here. Right, it's gotta be this.
Take that!
The beam of light that's, like, clearly flying to pierce the balloon. The timing of this photograph can only be described as miraculous. If you look, you'll notice there's a bright white line that appears to point directly at the balloon. Most likely a ray of light caught incidentally on the film. I'm afraid I can see nothing of the sort. If you look with a magnifying glass, my lord, it becomes clear what the nature of this bright line really is. Zoom. Enhance. Goodness, what is that? Undeniably some flash of light, yes. Oh golly, do you think it might be lightning? But it couldn't have been a finer day. I believe we may be looking at fire. A bolt of fire heading straight for the balloon. Like an arrow. Yeah, like we have some sort of weapon that shoots arrows. Indeed, even to my aging eyes, it would appear to be a flame of some sort. Well, he's a cop. He's always got a gun on him. He's always prepared to use it to shoot children, probably. My word. Are you suggesting this flame struck the hydrogen gas that filled the balloon?
Objection!
That's absurd. The balloon would have been 60 feet above the ground at the time. No flame could possibly have reached such a height.
Objection!
Okay, Van Zieks, it's time for me to surprise you with evidence for once. Actually, it's my opinion that a particular piece of evidence found at the scene reveals how that is exactly what did happen. What evidence? If such evidence exists, counsel, then for goodness sake, present it, man. Which evidence explains this mysterious streak of flame that appeared to be headed directly for the balloon? This guy.
Take that!
This was found hidden at the foot of a small ornamental tree near the scene. Good lord. Is that a crossbow? An arrow dipped in oil and satellite could have been shot from this weapon, sending a flaming arrow straight into the hydrogen-filled balloon. Are you suggesting that crossbow is used deliberately? Blimey, you're right. That streak of light in the photo looks like an arrow, didn't it? Then, the esplosione of the balloon, it was very likely the result of a flaming arrow from this crossbow igniting the hydrogen gas inside it. No! Ha! Looks like you're the one being shot this time, Von Zieks. Order! Order! Counsel, this is an extraordinary supposition. The aim was to cause the balloon to explode. The shooter could have used a gun, of course. However, there's an obvious reason why that would have been out of the question. The noise of the discharge, of course. That's right. See, we've reached the point of the trial where Von Zieks is like, I know. I'm actually wrong. I gotta switch sides. I've noticed there's always that part with Von Zieks, where he reaches this part of the trial where, like, Von Zieks is a quote-unquote good prosecutor as far as Ace Attorney prosecutors go, and he wants to get down to the truth genuinely. So there's always a point in every trial where he's like, uh-oh. This man from Japan is actually right. By using a crossbow, the projectile could be fired at the balloon silently. Well, yeah, if someone had to shot a gun off in the exhibition grounds, it would have caused a real panic. But with the big explosione, there was a very big panic anyway, no? I don't like this. I should be pleased to have found a plausible new explanation for all this, but something feels wrong.
Objection!
Do you understand the implications of what you're saying, my Nipponese friend? If a flaming arrow did indeed hit the balloon, then obviously it would have exploded. And if the birdcage appeared from the cloud of smoke that ensued... What? Wait a minute, what are you really saying here? Oh, I don't get it. Was the birdcage beamed up into the sky after all? Or what? My goodness me. Ah, now I understand. That's what that sinking feeling is about. I think there's a good chance that the birdcage was actually concealed inside the balloon all along. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, the balloon pops, the birdcage is in it somehow? I don't know how it would still be able to fly with it in it, but you know. Let's roll with that line of thinking. And that's how it makes the illusion that it was teleported into the air. In it. What? Did I just hear that correctly, Counsel? There's no going back now. The horse has bolted. Let's assume, as I said, that the birdcage was hidden inside the green balloon from the start. I guess maybe if there was no people riding in it, it could have carried the weight of the birdcage inside it. I guess that's why there couldn't be anyone in it. On stage, when the experiment was started, the birdcage in the instantaneous kinesis machine disappeared in a cloud of smoke. At that moment, the flaming arrow was fired from the ground, causing the green balloon to explode and drawing the attention of the spectators to the sky above their head. Bop! From amid the smoke, the hidden birdcage then appeared to fall down and crash into the crystal tower. I think you'll all agree it's entirely plausible that what I've just described is the real truth behind the miraculous experiment carried out that day. Good grief!
Objection!
This is ludicrous. What you've described is no science experiment. It's child's play, a contemptible display of stage magic. Juror number 3 perks up. Ooh! Both Mr. Sholmes and Iris said that the experiment was a scientific impossibility. In which case, this is the only way to explain what happened that day. And in any case, the victim's body was found inside the birdcage in the crystal tower. If the instantaneous kinesis didn't take place, how do you explain that? If I may put in a word, as a man of magic myself, such apparent discrepancies can easily be explained by some simple deception. Juror number 3? All that would be needed is a doppelganger, someone who looked very similar to the victim, Mr. Asman, and having this other man appear on stage to affront the show as a body double. Yes, of course. So in fact, Mr. Asman must have been inside the birdcage that was concealed in the balloon right from the start.
Objection!
And he was already dead, yeah. That balloon would have been filled with hydrogen. Anything hidden inside it would have been scattered to the four winds when it exploded. No one would ever have embarked on such a risky venture. Not necessarily. The explosive force of the balloon gas would very much depend upon the mixture ratio. Juror number 4. Flying balloons are rarely filled with pure hydrogen, but a mixture of other gases such as helium as well. Helium on its own doesn't explode, but by controlling the gas-mixture ratio, the explosive force can be altered. Yeah, it's weird. I've got the jurors kind of on my side for once. Yeah, I'm surprised. What are these helpful jurors? I'm not complaining, but it's a little unusual. The mixture ratio. The victim's body would have suffered some burns. That would be unavoidable. But not to such an extent as to render this whole obscene charade impossible. So everything that happened can be explained, logically and scientifically. The explosion that engulfed the stage at the start of the experiment was no accident. It was all part of an elaborate deception, to make it appear that instantaneous kinesis had occurred. Well, goodness me! And if we accept this is what happened, it means that the victim, Mr. Asman, was never present on the public experimentation stage to begin with. In short, he couldn't have been killed by the defendant, who was on stage in full view the entire time. Ah! Look at this, we have 3D technology. Look at the camera rotate, look at it go. This will be very hard for the prosecution to counter. I'm sure he'll do it though, we're not done yet. Lord Von Zieks can't credibly maintain that Professor Harebrain is a suspect now. His neck is clipping into his outfit a little bit, don't worry about it. Oh boy, here comes Harebrain to defend his stupid experiment. Yeah, there he is. Mr. Naruhodo, I appreciate your efforts, thank you. Professor? But you can stop now. Just keep your mouth shut, please. Sorry? What's all this about, Mr. Harebrain? I, Albert Harebrain, hereby confess that it was me who stabbed Mr. Odie Asman. Oh, okay. I see what he's doing. He's like, no, my experiment is too important to be proven fake, so I'll just admit to the murder even though I didn't do it. He's too attached to this stupid teleportation experiment that is obviously impossible. This guy is insane. I hate him now. I thought he was funny at first, but now he's really getting on my nerves. And anyone who gets on my nerves will be tortured until the end of time. Even if they're a fictional video game character, I have that sort of power. Yes, it was me, with my faithful friend and partner, Andrew the Screwdriver. What? What are you doing? Order, order, order. Defendant, explain this sudden confession.
Objection.
Professor Harebrain, what are you talking about? It's what I've said all along. I must protect my hypothesis and my precious machine. Right. I think they said if he's found guilty, the machine goes into the custody of the state, basically. And that's probably what Harebrain is most worried about. For some reason. Like, I don't know why he's so worried about it. I guess it's just because it's his invention, but there's probably more to this we haven't found out yet. You stand there and claim it was all a trick, or an elaborate prank, but where's your proof? No, you'd have to examine the machine if you wanted to prove it, but then it would all be over. My beautiful hypothesis would be laid bare. I mean, the indignity of it. Yeah, there's definitely something more about the machine he wants to hide, I think, than just how it works. It's clear that you drew the plans for the experiment, but you didn't actually build it. It's quite conceivable that you were duped, Professor. If you'll just let me, I can prove. Barrack! Yes? I'll cooperate. I'll do whatever you say, I swear it. So please, ensure the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act is adhered to and protect my creation. I'm gonna take a little sip. Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hallowed chalice at this critical juncture. He always says that. I don't think he's actually asking for forgiveness. Here's to my learned Nipponese friend. What? And his upcoming attempt to clarify the defense's position in the light of the accused's confession. Do you intend to formally assert that the experiment was nothing more than a conjuring trick? Because the moment you do, the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act that protects the professor's invention will cease to apply. The prosecution will then demand a rigorous examination of the machinery involved in order to establish the truth. But Hairbrain really doesn't want that to happen for some reason that is probably beyond just like, my science experiment, no one can touch it. There's obviously more at play here. However, if you acknowledge that the machine is genuine and instrumental in the victim's murder, any chance of investigating will be crushed and the confidentiality of the professor's hypothesis preserved. No, it's fine. He's wearing gloves. That doesn't hurt him. Well, counsel, what is the defense's official position on this matter? Uh-oh, this is a tough one. What Professor Hairbrain, my client, actually asked of me was to prove that the explosion on stage was an accident and protect the secrecy of his hypothesis. But there's no way to do that without implying the professor's guilt. Do I protect my client's life by asserting his innocence, or do I uphold my client's request but see him condemned? Either way, I can't avoid betraying his trust. You've been silent long enough. Isn't talking your trade, my learned friends? Or has all knowledge of English escaped your confused Nipponese mind? Alright, buddy, we're getting hard into the race now. You can dial it down. Dial it down a notch or two, please. Mr. Naruhodo, there's no escape here. I have to make a choice. But it's an impossible one. I have to give up on something, but what? The defense asserts that the defendant's instantaneous Canisius machine was in fact... This is really tough. I'm not sure what the right answer is here. Like, I know objectively what is right answer, which is that it's a trick, but like, this could be like one of those trick questions where saying it's actually true will help me out later down the line, even if it ends up... But also the only way I can see out of this to prove his innocence is to investigate the machine, which he really doesn't want to happen, though. Either way, I'm gonna save. I should save anyways. I think I'm gonna have to go with it's a trick, and we'll see what happens. Ah! No, I can't say it. My client places faith in me. I can't just let him down. What must I give up on is not the question you have to ask yourself here. It's, what can I protect? Susato, what the... When did you get here? Hello again, Mr. Naruhodo. It's been far too long. Susato-san! But what are you... Hi-ya! Ah, the good old Susato takedown. Susato jump scare. Ah! My first Susato takedown in 6 months. There will be time to talk later, Mr. Naruhodo. For now, we must concentrate on the task at hand. Which is working out not what I have to give up on, but what I can protect. Okay, it was a false choice all along. The same thing would have happened if I picked the other answer anyways, I think. Professor Hairbrain. Ah, yes! Yesterday you told me that science is the pursuit of truth. Well, my job is to pursue the truth too. That's right, Your Honor, my assistant's objection theme is playing. That means I am right. Everything I say is correct. Very well, not guilty. Yes, of course. Yeah, this is her theme, because in the first case, we actually played as Susato instead of Ryunosuke. She disguised herself as a man so she could pretend to be a defense lawyer back in Japan. And I think this was her unique objection theme, which is pretty cool. I really like Susato as an assistant and like a character. She's cool. And personally, I believe that you didn't stab Mr. Asman. I think you've come to realize something yourself too, haven't you? That your experiment and the machine you built with the victim are questionable. The truth behind that is what we must both pursue now. Wah! Whee! So, you finally opened your eyes. Of course Barrick knew all along the machine was fake. Come on. What? And as for you, Albert, you can't ignore this any longer. Having heard my learned friend's assertion, don't you have something to say? Yeah, of course this was all part of Von Zieks' Keikaku. Because he's always, like, we had, for those who didn't know, who weren't with us last time, there was a little scene right before the trial would have started where Barrick visited Albert in jail. Because, like I said, they were friends in college. They were college buddies. And he's like, yeah, I know you're innocent, basically. So, obviously, Von Zieks has had most of the answers the whole time, but he needs the other half of the equation, that is, the defense. But Barrick... Lord Von Zieks. Gosh, I've never heard him speak that way before. In truth, there is one thing. Something I've remembered that's of relevance. What? On the day it happened, just before I began the experiment, I saw a man near the stage. A man holding that crossbow. I beg your pardon? Professor, did the man have any distinguishing features? What did he look like? Taller than me, and thinner than me, with straight hair, straighter and whiter than mine. Let me see, one less lens than me too, a monocle, a rather stylish black monocle. But one thing in particular will help to positively identify the man. You see, I know him very well. After all, he's the engineer who built my invention. What? He built the machine? That's right. Mr. Asman introduced him to me a year ago. He's a man by the name of Enoch Trevor. Enoch Trevor? So both these jurors know him. Does his name mean something? Members of the jury seem flustered. Not a name of any scientist who wishes to hear. The man's an abomination. Not a name any conjurer wishes to hear either. Who on earth is he? Well, I'm afraid that isn't the first tale of this nature that I've heard in scientific circles in connection with the name. There's talk of other flamboyant experiments that turn out to be nothing but stage trickery in the end. Obviously, the rascal was after the government's research grant money. And when magicians are in need of money, I have heard of them resorting to these underhand tactics. Some acquaintances of mine with experiences of such things have mentioned Enoch Tregeller's name before. The man is both an engineer and a magician. Yes, we're dealing with an unparalleled confidence trickster here. Oh, and okay, glasses off and a compliment. Griffith from Berserk. Which I've just realized is your name. For some reason my mind just hadn't registered the full name yet. Griffith from Berserk, I'm so glad that you showed up to my stream. It's very sweet of you to follow me today. And also, Griffith from Berserk, that's who you really are. I'm a big fan of your Lashes game. Very impressive. That's Enoch Trevor for you. A new player enters the stage. So it's true then. My invention, my great machine, it was just a grand illusion? Considering what we've just heard about Mr. Trevor's character, I'm sorry to say that sounds increasingly likely. Yes, he is in fact a professional in trickery, in pranks, in tomfoolery, is this Trevor. Even though no one else believed it, I wanted to. I wanted to believe that machine would function exactly as my hypothesis predicted. Which is why you were so opposed to it being investigated, I presume. I knew that if the machine was examined in detail, its construction would give away my hypothesis. Obviously, I didn't want that to happen, but at the same time, I knew that if it was found to be nothing more than a trick, than a work of deception, then everything I'd worked towards, all my research, all my dreams, my whole life would be over. I was terrified at the prospect. So you really had no idea then, did you? About the true nature of the machine that was built, and the true nature of Mr. Trevor. I never questioned anything. I didn't want to question it. It's entirely possible that Mr. Asman and Mr. Trevor were working together to use you as a means of fraudulently acquiring the research grant money. You must sleep. Good night, Griffith from Berserk. Thank you for joining my stream. Yeah, thank you for following, too. Welcome to the Rose Rabbit Army once again. You belong here. When I announced that my invention to the crowds that day, it was the finest moment of my career. Anime Cups were deemed insult. Anime Cups... Personally, I blame you for bringing up the inflation before. I don't actually remember who did it, but I'm blaming you, you motherfucker. Is that what you are? Is that what you're into? The inflation? With gas? Getting big and round? I bet you are, you freak. You horrible creature. Get out of my sight. I pulled all the levers and turned all the dials in exactly the way Trevor had described. When the smoke suddenly started billowing out, I panicked. I didn't know what was happening. But I really don't know who the whole illusion was made to work. I don't know anything anymore. Rip to this dude's whole career, literally. Let me confirm one final point with you, Professor. Do you now consent to the prosecution submitting the necessary paperwork to release your invention from the protection afforded by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act? That's a whole of a mouthful right there. Can we make that an acronym, the SDSEA? Yes, please go ahead. I'm very sorry. Well, I guess that's the end of the trial. Good job, everybody. It will appear that we shall have to suspend proceedings for the remainder of the day now. Lord Von Zeeks, my lord, the court has newly been made aware of another party whose involvement in this matter is critical. Yes, Mr. Trevor. Gather information about the man. If possible, I should like him served with a subpoena. Subpoena. With pleasure, my lord. Now, counsel for the defense. Yes, my lord. I don't know where I was going with this. I lost my train of thought. When we convene, I shall be looking for one thing, and one thing alone from you. Evidence that the defendant is innocent of the crime for which he presently stands accused. I understand. Yeah, you sure did drag us on a whole tangent here, Rionosuke. Good. In that case, this court is adjourned until tomorrow morning. How intriguing. I guess we get another day of investigation. 23rd October, 1:36 p.m. The Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. Oh, that's it. There's no number. Mr. Naruhodo. Ah, yes? I'm so sorry. I was wrong. You were right. I tricked you. You trusted me. I dragged you into my mess. Oh, how did I ever come to this? I'm so sorry. Did you really have no idea, Professor? About what Mr. Trevor was really up to, I mean. About what he was really constructing. Naturally. That machine was the embodiment of my hypothesis. If all my hopes and dreams, I had complete faith in it. Alright, in that case, I won't say any more. Now, sadly, the murder accusation against you still stands, so we must do as much investigation as we can before the trial resumes tomorrow. He keeps slipping his glasses. Well, thank you for doing so much for me. Suzato, how did you get back here? What's going on? I'm so sorry for arriving late this morning, Mr. Naruhodo. Arriving late? Didn't you receive my postcard? I wanted to let you know that when I'd arrive. Postcard? What postcard? I hid it from you, Bruno, so it'll be a surprise. Thank you, Iris. Very cool. That's what the surprise she was talking about earlier. Okay. At the very beginning of the case, she's like, oh, there's a funny surprise coming for you later. Oh, that Iris. Well, did it work? I was surprised, all right, especially when she threw me to the ground. Oh dear, I'm so sorry. I was just so happy to see you again that it sort of slipped out. You ever just judo throw somebody out of happiness? Maybe we could stick to more traditional displays of emotion in future. Susie's train was late into London Victoria this morning, you see. But we made the coachman really whip the horses hard so she didn't miss the whole trial. I was watching from the gallery for a while, but in the end, I'm afraid I couldn't contain myself. You do it all the time? That's cool. Well, I'm glad you didn't. Oh! Having you at my side in court gives me the strength I need to win. So, I'm, delighted to see you back in London. Oh, you're too kind, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm delighted to be here. I hope I can continue to be of service to you. Of course, so what's brought you back? Did Professor Mikotola not protest? Let's save all that conversation for when we're back at home, shall we? You know, I've made one of my most special blends ever for this special occasion. Tea. Oh, Iris, how wonderful. I can't wait. The gang's all back together. Suzato-san was back in London. It's hard to describe how happy that made me feel at the time, but despite my elation, our tale was about to take yet another extraordinary turn. To be continued. In a little bit. I'm gonna take a short break. Don't go anywhere, minions. I promise I'll be right back for you. So don't get too lonely for now. I just have to take a short break to refill my water cups because let me tell you, reading all this is thirsty work, as you well know. Okay, I shall be right back, alright? Please wait for me. Ho 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 ho! I returned. Hello! Hello, my wonderful minions. I hope I didn't keep you waiting too long. And if you feel like I did, feel free to write that down and put it in the complaint box, and then I will throw the complaint box away. Why did I ever even get such a thing? It's time to investigate some more. We have to find out more about this very silly crime. Whatever that crime actually is. Back at Naruhodo's legal consultancy. Oh, this room. It's been too long. It hasn't changed in the slightest, though. And it's been some 6 months, hasn't it? That's a long time for things to stay so familiar. I don't know what you might return, and I wanted everything to be as you'd left it. But it has been some 6 months, it's true. So is your father all right, Susie? What happened? My father? Yes, Professor Mikotoba. I mean, it was half a year ago, but that's why you went back to Japan. Back to Japan. Because of the telegram you received saying he'd fallen ill with a very high fever for some unknown reason. That's right. So I was surprised to learn you'd be coming back so soon. Surprised but happy. I think I wrote about it in my letter to you, that it was all a trick. My father is in fine health, and I'm obviously very relieved about that. Well, we're all delighted to have you back. It was quite by accident that I've been able to return to Europe, actually. It's because of a very grand conference called the International Forensic Science Symposium. The International Forensic... That's the same symposium Lord Strongheart mentioned. Anyway, I've arrived safe and sound, and all that matters is that I'm here now. After all, I haven't yet fulfilled my promise to you, Iris. Oh! You must tell us everything that happened while you were back in Japan. Yes, of course, I shall. And there's one other thing. Something you wrote in your letter that particularly grabbed my attention. About you-know-who. About Kazuma. I know. Hello, Gyaru. Nice to see you, Gyaru. I'll tell you all that I can. But first, have you seen this? You're still taking good care of that armband, I see. I'm so pleased. You propose a question that you came up with today? What is the question, Gyaru? If I like it, I may answer it if it pleases me. Well, yes, it feels like I wouldn't be me without it now, to be honest. Oh dear, there seems to be a thread coming loose just there, look. I'd be only too happy to mend it for you, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh. Are quote-unquote straight bros in the FGC really meeting up at Majors to smash? If they are, they're not getting any. I'm sure of that. Maybe smash each other. Oh, thank you. I must have scraped it against something again. I'm always doing that. Oh, you meant each other? Then yes, probably. Frankly, I don't think straight people really exist. I think they're a myth. And if they do exist, I think that would be fine. I just don't want to see them do that in public. You know, that. I think it's fine for them to be themselves. I just don't want to see it myself, and I don't want my children to see it. Then take better care of it, please. It was all going so well until I ruined it. Now let us converse. Your chat thinks striking vipers is a common occurrence. Could be. I don't doubt it that much. Oh my god, I have so many things to ask. When I first arrived back in Japan, I really thought I'd never be allowed to return to Britain. But curiously, after that awful trial at the Supreme Court, Father's mood changed entirely. The awful trial, oh yes, for the murder of Josiah Brett. Yeah, the one she wore a boy's uniform for and was very dashing in. Oh, you dressed as a man then, didn't you, Susie? Oh, well, yes, since women are forbidden in the courtroom, I had no choice. Wow, amazing! I wish I had seen it. Don't you, Runo? Yes, I suppose so. I want to play at being a lawyer now. I could wear a false mustache, maybe. I don't think any mustache could hide the fact that you're just 10 years old, Iris. There's something else I've been wanting to ask you, Miss Susato. It's about the real reason why Professor Mikotoba summoned you back to Japan. You said in your letter it was something to do with that convict's loot we found in Mr. Natsume's lodgings. That's right. The very large dog collar we found with the bee emblem on it. God, I just don't know what that could be referring to. What word that starts with the letter B could there exist in Sholmesian canon? I just don't know. It seems Mr. Natsume included a drawing of the collar in the report he submitted about his time in Britain. I understand that when Father saw the report, he turned as white as a sheet. Why would that be, then? Father came to Britain himself, of course, to study. It was some time ago now, but he stayed for 6 years. I can only imagine that something must have happened during that time. But if he refuses to tell me what it was, then I intend to find the answers for myself. Let's go. You go, girl boss. And I've decided that I, for one, won't keep any more secrets. Oh, Susie! That's a very meaningful look Susato-san's giving Iris there. Tell us more about your secrets. Or this. Lord Strongheart mentioned something about that symposium too. I think he said that investigating authorities from 40 different countries would attend. Yes, and from Japan. My father and Judge Jigoku have been invited. It's something of an honor, I believe. Well, Professor Mikotoba is the leading expert in forensic medicine in our country, after all. But who's the other person you mentioned? A judge, did you say? Yes, His Excellency, Judge Seishiro Jigoku. You met him, Mr. Naruhodo. Last year, in the Supreme Court. You can't possibly have forgotten. That terrible trial of yours when you were accused of murder. Happens to everybody. Literally, it happens to everybody in this series. Yes, I try to think of that as a positive turning point in my life these days. Well, it was Judge Jigoku who presided over the trial. Yes, he has a very impressive beard. I always liked his beard. Very well shaped. If I'm perfectly honest, I'd be happy never to see that man's face again in my life. Oh, well anyway, his father was invited to the symposium. He agreed to me returning to Britain too. He won't actually arrive until next month, but, well, I couldn't wait. So I pleaded with him, and in the end he agreed to me going on ahead. Yes, about the symposium. It seems as though Lord Strongheart has put in an awful lot of work to make it happen. It's obviously very important. I believe it is, yes. As I understand it, Lord Strongheart organized the entire event himself. I think he's hoping that by achieving exceptional results, he'll get the job of Attorney General. The most senior position in the British justice system. Oh boy. He's hoping to use his power to create the world's finest policing institution. That's what Father said anyway. Apparently, it's Lord Strongheart's lifelong ambition. Does Professor Mikotoba know Lord Strongheart personally, then, I wonder? Actually, Lord Strongheart gave me a long speech all about this very subject yesterday. But I sort of lost a little live early on and didn't really listen to much of it. How trying for you. It was a very long speech. It was like hours long. It did that thing where it all turns into ellipses and the screen fades out because you're asleep. Josiah Brett. The woman whose unforgivable actions ended in me being wrongly accused of a crime I didn't commit. The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson. Yes, Josiah Brett. That's a name I won't forget for as long as I live. The extraordinary thing is, though, it seems it's a name we should all forget. Sorry? Since the incident, our government's intelligence services have been investigating Miss Brett. But it turns out that an English woman by the name of Josiah Brett didn't actually exist. A fake identity, huh? Didn't exist, but how can that be? It was a pseudonym. Her real name was Shin, and she wasn't a visiting student either. That was a front. A front? Who on earth was she then? Miss A. Shin. Her name is literally all our intelligence services have been able to ascertain about her. A. Shin. Wait, come on. Asian? Asian? Is she, like, actually not British? Or just because Shin's kind of a Japanese name? It was all an act all along, but what does it mean? Nobody knows why or even how she came to be in Japan. It's a complete mystery. But that makes no sense. Yeah, was she just pretending to be horribly racist then? To really sell the British disguise? It's no easy task to be accepted as a foreign student anywhere. What could the woman have been up to? I'm afraid I don't really know. The only thing we can be sure of is that she had some business in our country that we don't yet understand. And now she's been killed. All the questions surrounding her existence remain unanswered. I'm afraid so. A. Shin. Who on earth was she? And why do I feel as though I've heard that name before somewhere? I think it was on that list, right? That list Wilson and Kazuma were on? What about Kazuma? After my friend Ray's trial, the reporter who actually killed Miss Brett said something very strange. I knew the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on, in that visiting student's fate. Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know about the guy that never made it to England, that he died on that steamship, and that he'll never. And then Jigoku, like, tossed him around like a ragdoll. Obviously, I couldn't ask him to elaborate at the time. But later, I visited the man in his prison cell and asked him what he was going to say about Kazuma-sama. And what did you learn? After he died on the voyage to Great Britain, his body should have been unladen at the port of Hong Kong and passed into the care of the consulate staff there. Should have been. Well, it turns out that his body never arrived. Oh gosh, I just don't... What could have happened to Kazuma's body? What? Oh, it's just a big mystery. It just disappeared. What? Kazuma's body vanished? What could have happened? It's gonna tell me later, and I'm gonna act really surprised. I'm gonna pretend to be really surprised when the reveal happens. Because it's definitely not super obvious or anything. Our government tried to cover the fact up, it seems. They erected a grave on the cliffs by our hometown. Except Kazuma-sama isn't there. Did Professor Mikotoba know about this? Yes, it would seem that he did. But he didn't tell me. They're still investigating what happened to Kazuma-sama's body as we speak. I just don't believe it. And what is this acute feeling of apprehension I have all of a sudden? The Kazuma Mystery. Bum, ba, ba, ba. Thinking back now, some of the things that happened on the SS Budia were definitely strange. I mean, after he died, we never saw his body again, did we? Could it be? Could it be that he's actually still alive? Stop it, Mr. Naruhodo. It's too much to bear. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Just thinking about the possibility pains me so very much. At least we're already on the track where it's like, hey, we're not gonna We're not gonna make you drag out whether he's alive or not. Ryunosuke immediately jumps to that too. Cast your mind back for a moment, Mr. Naruhodo. When Kazuma-sama was discovered, Mr. Sholmes was there, wasn't he? And he definitely examined the body. I remember it clearly. Ah, you're right. Unless he was lying. Because he's in on it, as has been implied throughout this whole game when he's like, no, don't talk about that. Don't talk about that one investigation, Iris. We can't talk about that one, especially not in front of Ryunosuke. You can't publish a story about that one, Iris. So if Kazuma hadn't actually been dead at all, it would mean that Mr. Sholmes had lied to us. But there's no reason why he would possibly have done such a thing. I suppose that's true, yes. Unless... the idea that he might still be alive somewhere. It wants to fill me with hope, but I can't let it. Because if it turned out not to be true, then I'd be back at the bottom of that awful pit of despair again. I'm terrified of what that might do to me. Oh, Miss Susato. I know she's given the idea the thought it deserves. It's Susato-san we're talking about, after all. So I probably shouldn't push it now. Well, I guess that's all of that. Hello, Iris. What are you doing? It must be about a year ago now. I wrote a really long story based on some of my father's old notes. It's about one of Hurley's greatest exploits. I called it The Hound of the Baskervilles. The letter B. But then Mr. Sholmes forbade you from publishing it, and put the manuscript somewhere nobody could put their hands on it. So nobody knows anything about it, apart from Hurley and I. But for some reason, you knew the title of it, didn't you, Susie? That's because of the last case in the first game, yeah. Oh, it sounds so exciting. The Hound of the Baskervilles. I should love to read it. And you wouldn't tell me how you'd come to know it. Yes, but I made you a promise that I would explain one day, didn't I? I think it's time. Oh! I'm only sorry I've had to keep it from you for so long, Iris. The Hound of the Baskervilles. It was completely by accident that I came to know the title of your manuscript, Iris. Oh, I like this song. This is a new song. It was a short while before we left Japan. I was cleaning Father's study, and I saw something on his writing desk. A large box of papers. There was a label affixed to the box that was written in English. It read, The Hound of the Baskervilles. What? My Baskervilles story? Of course, I had no idea what it was at the time, but Father came in and... Susato, what are you doing? Oh, Father. Did you look at those papers? No, I simply read the label, that's all. Well, put it out of your mind. Sorry? Forget that you ever saw it, and certainly don't tell anybody else about this. Do you understand? Not allowed. It's an international incident. But what was Iris's manuscript doing in Japan? I have no idea. But when I heard Iris mention the word Baskerville that day, the title just slipped out. I would never have guessed that it was an unpublished account of one of Mr. Sholmes' exploits. When I returned to Japan, I asked Father to explain, but he refused to answer any of my questions, and there was no sign of the big box in his office. It's a mystery. Oh, I love a mystery. That's really all I know about it. have no doubt that Father has a very good reason for being so secretive about it, but still. I made up my mind to explain myself to both of you. Well, thank you for being so honest, Susie. Now that we're out of the plot dump area, we can go back to the game. So, Mr. Naruhodo, I'm ready to start investigating if you are. I've committed every detail about the case to memory. And Iris has told me about the disturbing happenings at the Waxwork Museum as well. So, you're fully abreast of the situation already, Mrs. Otto. I'd expect nothing less, to be honest. Ha! Abreast. I would think our first port of call should be to investigate this Mr. Trevor, the engineer responsible for building the elaborate machine that was used to effect this extraordinary trick. Yes, a conjurer of sorts by the sound of it, well known in the fields of science and magic. He's just like Dr. Doom. Then we need to go and arrest him. Well, yes. He must know the truth behind this case, so I agree we really do need to find the man. It sounds like it's a case of tracking someone down. Which is a job for the police, or a great detective. Pop, pop. You just noticed the water pipe on the left is leaning on the luggage for support. Call the HOA. Listen, this is like year 1900 Britain. There is no HOA. They just say die. Are we supposed to guess who she might be thinking of? We don't have much time, so we need to get started straight away, I think. Good idea. Well, best of luck then. Oh, you're not coming today? I'm going to Brixton Road shortly for the herb market. But let me know later how you got on, won't you? That was a little abrupt. The pull of the herb market must be strong. Herb. She needs her herb. Where should we go first? I guess the Chief Justice's office. Hello. Who's that guy? We'll just hit these places in order, I suppose. Oh, who's that standing beside Lord Strongheart? I wonder. I've never seen her before. I appear before you. Ah, the young champion of the court. Had some success this morning, I understand. And you've thrown the entire government into disarray as a result. Oh, you mean because of Professor Harebrain's experiment? Charm science being demonstrated at London's Great Exhibition. Yes, that lady does look like a nefarious scientist type with no ethics, which means we're gonna do a little simping maybe. The country has been made to look foolish, and now politicians are scrambling to respond. We already met like an evil French witch lady, so we're maybe 2 for 2 on cool women in this Ace Attorney game. Lord Von Zeeks is in Whitehall as we speak, giving an emergency briefing. Oh dear, I didn't mean to cause any trouble. None of this is your responsibility. The government is entirely to blame for having been taken in. Blah 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 blah. Special dispensation that presents investigation at the scene will be annulled later today. Once that happens, my forensic investigation team will move in and deal with that scrap metal in no time. It's scrap metal now, is it? Until later then, Lord Strongheart. Oh, she's got a good outfit too. And like a weird ponytail. Yes, thank you. Okay, goodbye. Definitely not a villain. We villains know each other very well. You can just tell. Who was that? That was Dr. Courtney Sith, Scotland Yard's esteemed chief coroner. She's leading the forensic investigation team's handling of this case. She was just delivering her report about the victim, in fact. Oh, I see. About Mr. Asman. Following the outcome of the trial earlier, I asked the coroner's office to reevaluate its findings. Well, I don't have time to tell you what she concluded. If you want to know, you'll have to ask her directly. You can find her in the forensics laboratory. Ah, right. Now, what were you here to see me about? I can give you 7 minutes and 39 seconds of my time. So he's not running quite so spectacularly late anymore. Well, I guess we can ask him some things, like about the forensic investigation team. What exactly is the forensic investigation team that you mentioned before? The British Empire's police force must become the most exemplary in the world. Well, I've got bad news for you. So for that to happen, it's imperative that we embrace forensic science and everything it has to offer. I first created the forensic investigation team a year ago now, unofficially of course, to pave the way. Goodness, a year ago? At next month's symposium, I intend to present the results of their work to the world. Once I do that, the House of Lords will be powerless to oppose the creation of a full-scale forensics division. And once that happens, the position of Attorney General will be mine, and criminals will suffer dearly. That sounds like a great motivation. What do you mean? For too long, those scoundrels have made a mockery of our legal system with false evidence and bribes. But London's scum is about to be rounded up and burnt in the fires of hell. Strong wording. I intend to see it personally. By creating the finest police force the world has ever known, to protect our honor and our future. Definitely Damon Gant energy from this eyes. Look at those eyes. He means every word. Dr. Scythe is an extremely reliable coroner. When I officially establish the forensics division at Scotland Yard, she will run it as my right-hand woman. You see, I'm an egalitarian. I support girl bosses. Now then, speaking of the symposium, Miss Mikotoba. Oh, yes, my lord. Your father should be on the high seas as we speak, making his way here to represent the Empire of Japan. Yes, that's right. I understand he will arrive at the beginning of next month. Are you acquainted, Lord Strongheart? With Professor Mikotoba, I mean. It was many years ago now, but yes. I remember Dr. Mikotoba very well. Strongheart looks like he'd have Slayer's moveset. He does look a little Slayer-ish, doesn't he? If my memory serves, it was some 15 years ago now that your father came to Britain as a visiting student. It was the year I was born. So yes, 16 years ago, in fact. Mikotoba was a young practitioner of forensic science, and Jigoku accompanied him as a young, promising judge. The punctiliousness and politeness of the Japanese at the time impressed us greatly. Not that I wish to imply impoliteness or carelessness on your part in any way. I didn't think that you were. Dr. Mikotoba studied forensics at one of London's largest hospitals. St. Sinner's, if I'm not mistaken. Dr. Seeth was also there then, as it happens. Then Dr. Scythe knows my father, does she? She was a young medical assistant at the time, so I doubt their paths crossed regularly. But I've no doubt they knew each other superficially. After all, Dr. Mikotoba was here studying his subject for some 6 years in total. 6 years? That's a long time to be studying abroad, isn't it? I lived with my grandmother in those years. So he left his newly born daughter behind and went overseas for 6 whole years? Awesome, awesome parenting. It was a rather turbulent time at home. Oh. Perhaps Father wanted a reason to get away. What do you mean? Why? Well, clearly something was going on at the time. It's a mystery. Marital dispute. Who knows? Tell me more about the hot but racist man. I wanted to ask you about Lord Von Zeeks, actually. I heard that his older brother was killed some years ago by a mass murderer known as the Professor, who targeted nobles and royalty. Is that right? You Japanese are a thorough lot. You've done your research well. Yes. And you could say it was that very incident that gave rise to the Reaper. What? Why? When his brother, Clint Von Zeeks, was murdered, it was just after young Barrack had graduated from the University of London and become a prosecutor. When obvious criminals who managed to evade conviction in court started disappearing, rumors quickly spread throughout the capital. Londoners started to say that wherever Baroque Von Zeeks went, the ghost of his dead brother wasn't far behind. Ah, like a stand. Oh my word. So, Lord Von Zeeks isn't the Reaper, it's the ghost of his brother? Ever since that time, he became a very aloof figure in London's legal circles. It's like a stand. It murders guilty criminals. Oh yes, Lord Strongheart. Go ahead. It's about Professor Harebrain's experimental machine. We'd like your permission to examine the remains, if possible. Are you well versed in science, then? Not in the slightest. In fact, you could say I was barely aware of the subject at all until recently. Well, the special dispensation legally preventing investigation of the machine is currently being annulled. Within a few hours, Dr. Tsai's team of forensic experts will begin their own investigation. I suppose until then, there's no harm in you looking at the wreckage, as long as you touch nothing. Thank you. Being able to look at it is better than nothing. And I'll be able to see it too. Snap. Your time is up. You'll have to excuse me now, I'm afraid. My next engagement calls. We are extremely sorry to have troubled you when you are so busy, my lord. I have important matters to attend to in preparation for the symposium, you understand? Alright, well, he's gone. Nothing else to do here. Is Trevor in prison? Oh no, oh, okay. This is just like Sonic Adventure 2. What's he doing? Oh my, the whole wall of the cell is covered in mathematical equations. And he's still writing more now. Professor, sorry to interrupt. Oh, he stopped. This is also just like Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. You're right, KB in the world. Everything should be more like Sonic Adventure 2 and also more like Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. And who is this young lady? My name is Susato Mikotova. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant. It's a pleasure to meet you, Professor. Oh, if only I'd met a refined young woman like you sooner. None of this would have happened. No, if that's not logical, that makes no sense at all. Oh dear, I'm sorry if my presence here upsets you. I owe you an apology too, Professor. I didn't manage to deliver what I promised you I would in court this morning. Oh no. The whole thing, the whole miserable affair, it all happened because I've been such a complete and utter klutz. Professor Harebrain? What have you been working on in your cell? Oh, haha, you mean that? Oh dear, how embarrassing. I was suddenly struck by an idea, you see, and I simply had to write it down. The wall was all I had to hand. Oh, is it some new hypothesis? Something to surpass super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, maybe? No, actually, this is my autobiography. Your autobiography? How was I... Okay, you really shouldn't call it that. You really should not call it that. Oh no! You really... Please consider changing the name of your autobiography to something other than How I Was Diddled and Fiddled by Albert Harebrain. Please, I'm asking you to reconsider. I found I can represent my odd fortunes with only odd numbers in an ambitious set of simultaneous equations. Really? I'm going to have to pay back all the loans I took for the kinesis machine, you see. What is that tiny book? So it's going to be a new serial publication from next month. Part 1, an odd birth and odd upbringing. You can't beat the man's optimism, that's for sure. I see. Well, for now, would you mind if we talked a little more about the case? Oh, yes, of course. I've been working through the numbers. I was diddled. Please stop. Please. I was diddled, I was fiddled by the pair of them. By Asman and by that aloof engineer Trevor. We're not going to have to sit through an explanation of all these equations, are we? Please stop saying you were diddled. I'm begging you. I'll talk to you if you stop saying diddled. That's right. Diddled by the pair of them. At the same time. Everything I believed in has been turned on its head. My research, Mr. Asman, the kinesis machine, my hypothesis even. I'm sorry it's come to this. There was really no other way. No, it's not your fault. I wanted to protect my work, but in the end, there was nothing worth protecting. It was never my intention to deceive anyone. I didn't want to trick the public. No, of course you didn't. But in court this morning, I realized something. Oh? If you've done something wrong without knowing it, you've still done something wrong. Logically, it makes no difference if you are aware of it or not. Ignorance is a poor excuse. The blame still lies with me. Oh, Professor. He believed in me this morning, you know. Barrick did. He believed in my hypothesis. Well, I think that was just a necessary factor in the prosecution establishing its case. Yeah, he's not stupid, come on. No, Barrick wouldn't do something like that. I'm sure he genuinely believed it. Did he? I really don't think so, but okay. I think I understand now. Why it was that he decided to take on the prosecution in my trial, I mean. Tell me about your guy friend's motivation. After the terrible accident happened, nobody would believe in my hypothesis anymore. Not the police, not the prosecution service, not any lawyers even. I feel like I dealt some kind of finishing blow there. So if any other prosecutor had taken the case, if it was anyone other than Barrick, I'm sure the prosecution would have declared my hypothesis a complete and utter nonsense. It kind of is nonsense, but... And in that case, you would have been declared a fraud yourself, Professor. Exactly, which would have been a fate worse than death for me. But Barrick insisted that I was a proper man of science from start to finish. You think that's why he... I know him very well indeed. He's an extremely kind-hearted soul. I don't know about that. But that extremely kind-hearted soul spent all morning trying to paint you as a murderer, didn't he? Well, admittedly, that part of the analysis appears to have some flaws in it. And what about the whole Reaper side of things? How does that fit in with the kind-hearted soul idea? I like how he just keeps insisting he's really a nice guy, even though there's no reason to think that at all. I do not think Barrick is a nice guy. He is sexy, though. Do you think he set out to trick me from the very start? I'm sorry to say, that does seem likely, yes. When I first met him, he introduced himself as a wealthy financier. He looked over the paper I'd written and said my work would benefit all humanity and must be pursued. He was so enthused, he was so emphatic. In reality, he was the mastermind of some vast criminal network, it seems. I still can't believe it. As the machine was essentially a set decoration for some stage magic. It probably didn't require a large amount of investment, actually. But the scale of it wasn't just some small trick. It was a very elaborate feat of deception. Yeah, but that still doesn't cost as much as making, like, an actual teleportation machine. That would never work anyways. All young scientists are full of hope about their burgeoning ideas, full of zeal. But none of us have any money! We want to be able to do research, but we can't afford it. I understand that feeling. If you want me to conquer the world, you should give me more money. Many of us take on barely legal part-time work to try to earn just a few measly pennies to carry on. To go through all of that only to be taken for a complete fool. It's too rotten to believe. It is, I agree. And that's why we have to find those responsible and bring them to justice. Mr. Asman is no more, of course, which leaves only the engineer. Mr. Enoch Drebler. Tell me more about Trevor. Who is this strange man? Is he an engineer, or a magician, or a swindler? It was about a year ago when Mr. Asman first brought Trevor to meet me at my laboratory. Since then, I've met him many times to discuss details about the kinesis machine. But at no point did you have any inkling that he was just an illusionist? Oh, he definitely wasn't just an illusionist. What do you mean? He was a wealth of deep scientific knowledge. There's no question that the man's a genuine scientist. It's instantly apparent in conversation. I see. But the wretched man deceived you, Professor. It's unforgivable. We must do everything we can to find him and bring him to justice. Are there no more clues you can give us as to his whereabouts? I'm sorry, we only ever discussed the kinesis machine, nothing else. We don't know where this freak is. I'm sure he won't just show up at court tomorrow and undermine everything I do. Although, just once, I did visit his workshop. Okay, that is where he is. Could you have led with that, please? What workshop? Trevor's enormous fabrication laboratory, where he constructed my great machine. Why didn't you mention this before? Enoch Trevor's workshop. There's every chance we might find the man there. Whoopsie. Tell me where this man is. So you've been to Trevor's place of work, then? Yes, just once, you understand. It was an enormous place. Plenty of room to construct the kinesis machine, you see. Where can we find it? We have to go there at once. There's a good chance that we'll find Trevor there. Well, yes, definitely. I'm sure. As in, I'm sure you're not going to want to hear this. But I have absolutely no idea where the workshop is at all. I'm so sorry. I was more than half expecting that. You see, I was blindfolded in the carriage the entire way there. He blindfolded you? He wasn't taking any chances then. The place was incredible, the pinnacle of modern engineering. Even the oil he used was the very best. A special French machine oil that's impossible to obtain in Britain. Ah, the indescribable scent of that imported oil. Tasty. It's so delicious, the imported French oil, a good vintage. Perfumers across the world should forget their secret formulae and use that instead. Look at him wiggle. Look at that wiggling freak. What do you think, Miss Susato? Oud a machine for your next birthday? I've never used any kind of perfume, Mr. Naruhodo, and I'm not sure I'd like to start with that. I don't suppose you know even part of the workshop's address, Professor? You don't have a business card from Mr. Trevor, for example. The man was clearly very cautious, Miss Susato. I'm sure... Yes, I do! He gave me his business card once. It's right here, look! Oh, well, that solves that. Let me see that. Throw etiquette to the wind, why don't you? Enoch Trevor, engineer. I'm afraid that's all it says. There's no address. No. Oh well, I can't say I'm surprised. Still, this could be useful. That's all we got. Let me take a look at this. What are these signs on it? This dark smudge here. I think perhaps it's machine oil. Ah, yes, possibly. Professor Harebrain mentioned something about the oil Mr. Trevor uses, didn't he? He said it was specially imported, very high-quality oil that's impossible to obtain in Britain. Yes, that's right. But more importantly, that it's more fragrant than the finest perfume. So, excuse me for a moment. Just, yeah, take a big old sniff. Oh, it doesn't appear to have any scent at all. Don't worry, I expect that just because there's such a tiny amount on here. It's got oil on it, alright. Well, I guess that's all we got here. I guess we should go check out the stage because we can investigate the machine now. At the Great Exhibition Grounds, at the foot of the Crystal Tower. Hi, Gina. What are you doing with that dog? I had no idea there were so many people in the world. There are people in the world. I know what you mean. It's really packed here today. It feels as though it's taken us 2 hours just to make our way through the crowds to this point. Has it? I shut my brain down so I didn't really notice, to be honest. Gosh, I do wish I had your absence of mind sometimes, Mr. Naruhodo. There you are. I had a feeling you lot would show your mugs before long. Hello, Gregson. Oh, Inspector Gregson. I see you're hard at work as usual. Warm greetings to you. I do hope you've been keeping well since we last met. What's with all the ceremony? We just saw each other in court this morning. Not you, Sunshine, the gentlewoman so loyally at your side. I do respect women occasionally. Oh, why, thank you, Inspector. How good of you to notice. He might be a bit rough around the edges, but he's still a proper English gentleman at heart, I suppose. As you probably guessed, we were hoping to investigate the scene some more. Right, well, that's the young trainee's domain. Oi, get over here, Gina. No, she's too busy playing with this adorable puppy, which is valid. I would also shirk all of my duties to pet a dog. She seems to be busy playing with a puppy, probably giving it a traditional East End training. Gina, she's a police officer now? Amazing, isn't it? She's a good kid, actually. Heart's in the right place anyway. She's got the detection bug, if you ask me. Yup, I think she'll follow in my footsteps nicely. What do you mean? I'm being transferred. It's time for me to say toodaloo to London. Oh no! Not Gregson. Not my favorite recurring character, Fish and Chips, man. Oh no, really? That's a bit sudden, isn't it? I had no idea. Where are you going to keep me posted then? We'll come to see how you're getting along. No, never talk to me again, actually. Ha, not likely, but you're welcome to try. If you don't mind a trip to France, that is. To France? I'll be working in the Paris Police Prefecture. Should be right up my alley. But France, it's an entirely different country. I don't understand. Why would you be sent there? That's the way the adult world works, sunshine. Now don't go poking your nose where it's not wanted. I'm intending to take the kid with me when I go. What? You're taking Gina to Paris? Well, I can't leave her here in London. Who knows what would become of her? I like how Gregson's basically adopted her. It's cute. I suppose he's worried she'd slip back into slipping her hands into people's pockets and purses. I don't think he's worried about her pickpocketing, Mr. Naruhodo. I think he's worried about the Reaper. Oh, of course. So that's playing on Inspector Gregson's mind too, is it? Anyway, I haven't mentioned any of this to Gina, so don't go blabbing, you hear me? No, of course not. Well, I've got to keep that diving diva safe and sound. Until all this is over, at least. She appears, the saber face. Oi, did you just call me a bloomin' diving diva again? So you heard that, did you? Right, well, any questions about the scene, you can put them to my capable detective diva here. Gina's so cute, I love her. I'm gonna miss her. She's going to France, it's horrible. I hate to be around French people. Alright, you heard the boss. Inspector Lestraud's in charge here now. I suppose I'd better keep my word and not mention anything about Paris. So, Gina, you've got a new dog, have you? Oh, he's got a model. Oh, look at him. Isn't he great? Toby is his name. Oh, how delightful. He's absolutely adorable. Yes, the dog does seem lovely, but it's the not-so-lovely Inspector Gregson that's playing on my mind, to be honest. Tell me more. Tell me things. Tell me about investigating the scene. Gina, we were actually hoping that we can investigate the scene again. Yeah, alright. If it's around here, you can do what you like. Oh, that's alright, is it? There's another piece of the balloon in the background, I see it. I'm gonna be playing with me new friend here. Ah, yes, Toby. Bark, bark. The machine that exploded must be at the top of these stairs, I presume. I haven't actually seen it yet, so if you don't mind. Sorry, you can't go up there, Suze. Oh! It's like I told Odo yesterday, even I ain't allowed near that wreck. What's it called again? The reason we ain't supposed to touch it. The special dispensation for scientific equipment act? Is that what you were thinking of? That's the one. That's the only one. That's why only them lot are allowed to investigate it. Cockney. Oi! What are they called again? The forensic something? The forensic investigation team? Is that what you were thinking of? That's the one, yeah. But isn't it the case that the special dispensation has been lifted? No, I think so. I don't really get it, to be truthful with you. You're still supposed to get permission from some bigwig or other, as far as I know. Oh yeah, the Lord Strongheart said we could, so it's fine. What was his name again? Lord Strange something. I'm not sure that's quite right, Gina. I think you mean Lord Strongheart, perhaps. That's the one, yeah. Apparently, he's always watching the time or something. Actually, we've just recently been to see Lord Strongheart. Eh? You what? You met him? You what? She's the funnest one to do, because her voice is funny, that's all. Last time, the boss was called to go and see him. He waited for 3 hours at the Cove's office and came back sniveling. Tragic. Well, Lord Strongheart has given us permission to examine the scene as long as we touch nothing. Oh yeah? Honestly? Alright then, go on ahead. But if it turns out you're lying, it'll be the boss who gets it. He'll never eat another chip again in his life. So, you're still saying all this is above board, are you? I'm sure everything will be fine. That really would be tragic. Not his fish and chips. I could go for some fish and chips, actually. Every time I see Gregson, I'm like, ooh, fish and chips. They're tasty. I just don't like tartar sauce. Tartar sauce is gross. Alright then, them's the stairs. Off you go. Oh, thank you, Gina. But first, more things. It was great, wasn't it? I had a bright laugh. It was a new one on me, that. You know, being in court and not spending the whole time worrying about to be found out. You did keep an awful lot of secrets in all your previous court appearances, didn't you? Yeah, I noticed made things odd for me every single time and all. Just doing my job, Gina. But watching someone else get in the neck is a load of fun, actually. It was amazing when you showed that Professor's dodgy experiment was a total fix. And also the little German kid was pretty funny too. A bohemian, I guess. Very close to the same thing. The dodgy professor, as you put it, Gina, is Mr. Naruhodo's client. Yes, I'm starting to wish he wasn't, though. It's the boss I feel sorry for. I sent off to do the impossible. What do you mean? He's supposed to arrest that other cove, ain't he? In time for tomorrow's trial and all. You know, the dodgy engineer. What was his name again? Mr. Trevor, you mean? Enoch Trevor. That's the one, yeah. So the police are looking for this mysterious man with the black monocle. I guess they would be. It's putting too much on the boss if you ask me. He says it's giving him a gut ache. Oh dear, but I do wonder if that isn't actually from all the fried food. No, fried food could never do that to you. That would be silly. Haha. So, Scotland Yard are trying to track down Mr. Enoch Drebler. I keep wanting to say Drebler with like an L, but it's just Drebber. I wonder if they've had any luck. He's really funny looking, got two eyes what don't match, stole a glimpse of a picture of Amelia. I mean, I didn't actually pinch it or nothing, the old devil's got it. Sorry, who? You know, that scowling reaper what's always glugging down glasses of that blood-red plonk. Ah, Lord Von Zeeks. He's always had it in for me, that cove. Don't know what he's always scowling about, mind. Probably would have been a pretty good boss as it goes. She'd rather be the Reaper's apprentice than a detective's trainee? The way I see it, if the choice is between a chip-guzzling detective and a chalice-glugging demigod, I wouldn't call him that. You're equally badly off with both. I suppose you're right. I hadn't thought of it like that. Glad we put that one to bed. Anyway, the point is, everyone at the yard's dead set on finding the fishy engineer. But there don't seem to be no clues to go on, so they're stuck. There's nothing that can lead us to Trevor at all? He's gone missing. Tell us about Toby the dog, the most important part of this investigation. Where'd you find that little mutt then, Gina? Oi! Don't be so flamin' rude, Odo! Slight overreaction, don't you think? Every good ace attorney needs a good dog. He ain't no mutt, alright? Toby's, how do they put it? Dog. Oh yeah, a bona fide detective. Sorry? I've given him proper little title and everything. It's Chief Inspector Toby to you. More senior than Inspector Gregson, is he? That's right, he's smarter too. Ooh, so he's a police dog, is he? The police recruit dogs now? I've heard that they're already being used officially in Germany as part of their city policing. They're used for chasing criminals and such like. They have a wonderful sense of smell, after all. I have a fairly good sense of smell myself, as it happens. I can tell undergarments that have been freshly laundered from undergarments that haven't. Thank you, Rianowski. Very cool. That's very useful. Ha, that's nothing compared to this little fellow, Odo. Oh, really? It's cute. According to what the boss said, once Toby has got a good whiff of your drawers, he could chase the scent to the other side of the world. What? To the other side of the world? You mean he can swim? Mr. Naruhodo, I think you may have missed the point by rather a wide margin. I just can't believe this little dog has such an incredible skill. Can Ryunosuke swim? I'm telling you, Odo, there's gonna be more and more dogs doing their bit for the police in future. Yes, I agree. Right, one of these days they'll be barking orders at us lot, not the other way around. Oh dear, sorry Gina, I don't think I agree with your vision quite that much. She doesn't see the vision. Well anyway, whatever you think about that, Toby is Britain's first police dog. Yeah, according to her, he's a police dog. But isn't it great? Isn't it cute? I found him down in the East End the other day. Someone had just chucked him out on the street. There you go. I knew she'd lifted him from somewhere. Oh, Gina, you're such a kind-hearted soul, aren't you? To children and to animals. How adorable. Excuse me. Nope, that's not what I want to do. I want to... Hang on, there's another piece of the balloon here. I need to look at this. Here's the scorching on the ground that you mentioned. Yes, and there's what's left of the green balloon's envelope. All clear evidence of the balloon that exploded on the day of the incident. Poor Professor Harebrain. I do feel sorry for him that his dreams have been shattered like this. Someone's well and truly burst his bubble, as it were. Ha 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 ha! Not funny. Didn't laugh. Ouch. I'm a bad person. Ah, the Crystal Tower. I can't believe I'm seeing it at such a close proximity with my own eyes. You've really been looking forward to the great exhibition, haven't you, Miss Susato? Oh yes, when I found out that I had to return to Japan, I'm afraid I cursed my luck. But here you are, back in London, gazing up at the magnificent tower. I know. Perhaps I was wrong to curse my luck so harshly. Look at these gentlemen. They're very low res. What a shame that the symbolic landmark of the Great Exhibition has been damaged like that. Yes, unfortunately, the birdcage crashed into the most prominent position possible. It's the gods giving us a warning, if you ask me. Man must travel under his own dream and not cut corners with instantaneous kinesis. But imagine what might have happened if the birdcage had landed in a slightly different location. The death toll could have been far worse. So I think perhaps it was a blessing in disguise. Well, the gods are benevolent, obviously. I did say it was just a warning. Man must travel under his own steam, or next time bird cages will rain down on all of you. Hi, Jessu. Welcome back. Your faith is much stronger than I realized. Well, how do you think I passed the entrance exam for Yume University? It wasn't by studying alone. That's... okay. Oh, it tilted a little. Gotta get that Dutch angle. The stage up there is where the experiment was set up. It's very high, isn't it? About the 30 feet, I believe. Or 9 meters, if you prefer. Craning your neck to see up to it starts to hurt after a while, doesn't it? Yes, we need to get up there and look around properly. Although, if I'm honest, climbing all those stairs makes my chest hurt. Oh dear. I think perhaps you should exercise more, Mr. Naruhodo. Nah, he'll be fine. These stairs lead up to the experimentation stage. Let's go and see what we can find out. Up, up, and up. I think I've got everything. I think I examined everything down there. I don't like that it's still sparking. You'd think they would have, like, turned it off at least. The experimentation stage. Oh my, so this is the machine. That was used to deceive people into thinking instantaneous kinesis had taken place. Yes, that's right. Or rather, it was the machine. It's a little worse for wear at the moment. What extraordinary lengths Professor Harebrain went to in order to obtain the research grant. No, no, no. The professor was strict as well. He didn't know anything about it. Yes, of course. It is amazing, though, isn't it? The scale of the whole affair is so very British. We're the British. We love building big, pointless things. You're right about that. We never see such a grand deception in Japan, that's for sure. Oh, look. Is that... Oh, there he is. He's just hanging out. Lord Von Zeeks? He faded into existence. So, I think we're more or less done here, aren't we? Shall we, Miss Susato? Already? He is the Reaper, remember? We do well to keep our distance, I think. But we have permission to be here, from the top. We're perfectly well allowed to investigate this machine, as long as we don't touch anything. From the top? Do you mean Lord Strongheart? Exactly. So we can stay here and stare at this wreckage for as long as we like. She could have been at the center of the explosion here and it would have bent her steel will. He's just vibing. Let's examine everything else first. What a terrible explosion it must have been. Even the steel girders had buckled and twisted in the blast. And what they call the birdcage was right in the middle of it all, just here. But look, Mr. Naruhodo, the metal grill on the floor. Looks as though it's designed to open. Yeah, okay, so now it's all coming together. The birdcage is probably lowered in there, the fake one. It does, doesn't it? If the floor had opened at the precise moment the explosion occurred, the birdcage could have dropped through and disappeared from sight. I don't think there's any doubt that this was a very elaborate hoax, is there? Bop 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 bum bum bop da 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 da. Look at that horn-shaped transmitting device. Isn't it amazing? That's exactly what I thought when I first saw it. It makes you think, doesn't it? If only it had just been a normal horn, none of this would have happened. That's almost exactly what I thought as well. I bet I can predict what you're going to say next in that case. You're about to say, nothing ever goes to plan, aren't you? Oh no, I would never say something like that. Thank you for the very insightful observation. That was really helpful. It's like an anti-Joseph Joestar, where he's actually just wrong about what they'll say next. You're going to say, I was only pretending to be stupid. However much I look at them, I just can't come to terms with those Tamari handballs floating in the sky. You've been glaring at them constantly since we came up here. Sorry, the feeling of wanting to ride in one and wanting never to set foot in one are fighting it out inside me. If you don't look where you're walking, you might fall from the stage. I don't think I noticed. That's how fiercely the battle inside me is raging. There are two wolves inside of you. One wolf wants to ride the hot air balloon, one wolf does not. They're both gay, by the way. I think you should make peace with riding in one, Mr. Naruhodo. It really would be much safer that way. Bop, bop, bop. All wolves are gay? I believe it. I mean, that's what Omega stuff is about, isn't it? I hear that a ride on the Ferris wheel is a favorite romantic outing among young London couples. I think the romance would be slightly spoiled by the abject terror, personally, but then I'm not a Londoner. Are you a little scared of heights, Mr. Naruhodo? It's not that I'm scared, not at all. It's just that staying on the ground seems so much safer. Well, perhaps I shall have to ask Iris and Mr. Sholmes to accompany me on it in that case. He is just standing there, menacingly. When you put it like that, part of me does want to give it a try. Jelly. She made him jealous. Oh dear, it is complicated for you, isn't it? Alright, I guess we'll talk to Von Zeeks now. Nope, that was the Ferris wheel. I clicked just two right of his head. I absolutely would not want to be in any sort of high, isolated place with Sholmes. No, he would kill me. By accident. This wasn't here yesterday. Really? But I'm not mistaken. It's the cage in which the victim was standing before he was apparently beamed through the air. That's right, the birdcage. According to what Professor Hairbrain said in court, it's made of wood. Or more precisely, Japanese cypress, I think. And despite having been in an explosion and then falling from a great height, it's relatively unharmed. What wonderfully durable construction, wouldn't you say, Mr. Naruhodo? I'd understood that the forensic investigation team had taken it away yesterday to examine it. I suppose they must have brought it back here when they'd finished their work. No, I think this was the second one that was hidden underneath the platform. But sadly not with the body inside it. No, that's right. I knew we were given strict instructions not to touch anything, but still, this is too important a piece of evidence to overlook. We might need it for the trial. I don't think he's carrying the whole thing. I just think he's, like, committing it to memory. Or something. Because, like, he can't carry that. Alright, talk to me, you freak. Least approachable man in the world winner, 10 years in a row. Be strong, Mr. Naruhodo. Your country and your assistant stand firm behind you. Lord Von Zeeks. What? Well, beautiful weather we're having, isn't it? I thought I was making it quite clear that I didn't want to be disturbed. Apparently, you Nipponese are unequipped to read the signs. Oh, I read them. So, what are you doing here? Entry to this area is prohibited. Well, the thing is, Lord Chief Justice Strongheart granted us permission to investigate. It's true, he just made a racist remark and his theme song did start playing. That is how it works, KB, in the world. On the condition that we didn't disturb anything. And yet you've managed to disturb me. Ah! Never mind. State your business, then. Come to think of it, there are quite a few things I'd like to ask Lord Von Zeeks about. Not least of which is that awful case, even though it's nothing to do with this. Ask away, Mr. Naruhodo. You won't know unless you try. Alright, tell me about your murdered brother. So, Clint was the name of your older brother, I understand, Lord Von Zeeks. You Nipponese always have to be on guard when you're around. So, you've been investigating me, have you? Oh, no, it's not like that. Well, alright, it is a bit like that. My older brother was also a prosecutor. He was the pride of the Von Zeeks family. But tragically, a vicious killer took him from us. The professor, you mean? Gosh, I wonder what villain in historical fiction is referred to as a professor. Is something funny? That's the extent of what you've discovered, is it? I shouldn't be surprised. Sorry? There's more to it, then. Lackluster work is very much your trademark, isn't it? Always with the insults. Yeah, it's Professor Frankenstein. You're right, innocent bystander. That's who we're talking about. That's the professor. You're too kind. Are you going to tar all Nipponese with the same brush next? So tell me, what's your interest in that historic incident? As it happens, Lord Von Zeeks, there's a rather curious case that's come to our attention. Are you aware of the Madame Tuspel's Museum of Waxwork by any chance? I am. Naturally, I believe that since last month, I feature in one of the displays there, for public scorn. Of course, the infamous Reaper of the Bailey would have to be exhibited, wouldn't he? Well, a particular waxwork has been stolen from the place and held for ransom. A particular waxwork, which... Wait, you mean... Yes, it's the professor. Mr. Sholmes is investigating the case as we speak. I was unaware of that. He's turned as white as a sheet. Alright, well, what do you know about Enoch? Are the police trying to locate the engineer, Mr. Trevor, already? Surely that goes without saying. We're very keen to see him found as well. The trouble is, we don't have much to go on aside from the description of the man we heard in court earlier. Which, according to Professor Hairbrain, was a tall, thin gentleman who has straight white hair and wears a black monocle. So, I was just wondering, I mean, I realize it's probably not possible, but, we'd very much appreciate any more clues you can give us. Wow, Susato-san really knows how to take the bull by the horns. Fine. Why not? I have a photograph of the man here from an investigation 10 years ago. That was not what I was expecting. Why does he look like a Stinian? It appears he already has that black monocle at the time. What? Oh, no, nothing. I was just surprised that you shared that with us. We all need the man's testimony in court tomorrow, which means we have to do everything we possibly can to track him down in the short time available. So why wouldn't I show you the photograph? What is it about Lord Von Zeeks? Sometimes I just can't work him out at all. He's awfully racist to me, but also he's strangely attractive. Alright, we got this picture of the guy. Oh, hello. Mysterious man, who we definitely don't know at all. Ah, the file I requested for the trial tomorrow. Thank you. Definitely don't know this guy. We don't know who he is. There's no guesses. It's a complete and utter mystery. Are you all right? Who is this man, Mr. Naruhodo? Lord Von Zeeks' apprentice, apparently. So I'm not the only one. Susato-san can see it too. Lord Von Zeeks, may we speak with your apprentice for a moment? With him? Why? Nope. Nope, I'm out. Kazuma-sama! Kazuma? I don't believe it. Your posture, your presence. It can only be. It's you, isn't it, Kazuma-sama? Wow, who could have guessed? I felt something very strange the first time I encountered him, this cloaked figure. As if I knew him somehow. Can it really be you, Kazuma? Nope, I'm leaving, bye. What, wait! Too late. What's going on here? Let me tell you about it. Tell me about my guy best friend. What is your interest in my apprentice exactly? You act as if you know the man or something. Well, since when has he been in your care? I don't recall you having an apprentice before I left Britain 6 months ago. Lord Strongheart introduced him to me about 3 months ago now, with instructions to mentor him as a prosecutor. But he didn't tell you why, did he? The man appears to be suffering from amnesia. Oh, well, there we go. That explains it. He's forgotten every last detail about himself. He has amnesia? There we go. Well, that explains it, doesn't it? Tomorrow, he will appear in court at my side. What? He's to serve as my judicial assistant on Lord Strongheart's orders. He'll be in court with us? Now then, unless I'm much mistaken, I believe this conversation has run its course. Oh, Yes, thank you. I definitely saw a reaction there. When Susato-san called out like that, it really seemed to hit a nerve. When she called out, Kazuma-sama. There's definitely a lot going on here. So he has amnesia, huh? I could have guessed. Yeah, as soon as his identity is revealed, Von Zeke's aggro will change target. Kazuma will draw aggro for us. You'd already met the masked man, hadn't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, yesterday, in fact, at Lord Von Zeke's office. I see. And if Kazuma-sama really is still alive, it means that Mr. Sholmes lied to us. I know. We're going to need to speak to him about that. You're going to have to leave now. The forensic investigation team are due to arrive shortly. If they find you here, it will cause problems. What sort of problems? Foreign affairs problems. Well, we could do without that. Gotta go. Gotta skedaddle. Alright, we'll be on our way. Let's go, Miss Susato. Of course. I guess that's that. Alright. So we've investigated this place. I guess we should check out Tuspells just for the hell of it. Is Sholmes there? We gotta confront Sholmes about Kazuma. Oh my, no wonder it's called the House of Horrors. I'd like to turn on my heels and go straight home via the confectionery. Being scared makes you crave sweets? I can understand that. I was looking forward to a reunion after 6 months away, but there's no sign of Mr. Sholmes anywhere. That's strange. He should be here investigating the abduction of the waxwork. Oh well, I suppose we'll just have to come back again later. Yep. Is he here? No. Alright. Yeah, I'm like, he's got to be hiding in one of these backgrounds somewhere, right? But no, just this hot lady. I know. Oh, you want me to investigate the latter KB in the world? I was so excited when I investigated it, because yes, it is indeed true. The return. Ah, there's a stepladder there, look. Oh, yes, a stepladder. I think perhaps we should let the proprietress know that someone's left it out. The stepladder, I mean. Is something wrong? Why do I feel as though I just managed to sidestep an argument? We just had an argument with Iris about it the other day, too. About narrow-minded assumptions and all that. This one's posture reveals his weakness. Sorry? The killer's stance leaves him wide open to attack. I'm quite sure I could see him off. With a Susato takedown, then a Susato squash, and finally, a Susato smash. Predictable. Oh, Kazuma Seiyu is Yuichi Nakamura? That's cool. Yeah, he's Mr. Bushido. Right. And if that doesn't render the culprit unconscious, a Susato slam should finish him. Put Susato in Smash. Put her in Smash Brothers. A Susato slam? She's got all of her moves right there. Oh, I'm sorry. It's rather hard to explain. Yeah, he's Thancred in 14, too. That's cool. Leave yourself open slightly and I'll demonstrate. Absolutely not. That old policeman isn't here now, obviously. I still can't believe he just happened to be on the jury, though. I'd understand that London has a population of 6 million people, and yet you do seem to run into the same people disproportionately often, don't you? It's almost like we have a limited budget or something. This is Cosimo? Yeah. We could do that. We'll have to see if a similar line shows up for me to recreate This is Thancred. Ah yes, the heavy curtains in the middle of the House of Horrors. Whatever's on the other side of them, you just know it's going to be terrifying, don't you? The sign says it's the Madame Tuspel's special exhibit. It seems you have to pay extra to go inside. I know, can you believe that? Pay more money, as if we haven't been scared enough already. It's not my doing, Miss Naruhodo. Tell me more about the hot vampire lady. Oh, what a horrifying scene. A murderer caught in the grisly act. I know, and in case you were wondering, it's the one with the big knife that's supposed to be the killer. I don't think anybody would be in any doubt about that, surely. And did you know that according to the description, the bathtub at the back has no particular significance? I think it's funny because, like Ryunosuke, I also guessed this was Elizabeth Bathory, and then Tuspels was like, no, it has no significance. What? Really? I would have thought it was meant to show that the killer also worked in a bathhouse peddling criminal wares. Aha! We have a new theory. Whoever this lady is, she is very attractive. He's also Gojo? Nice. Alright, I guess this is the last place we have. Is the forensics lab. Oh! Fancy. Look at the skeleton. Thank you, Mr. Skeletal. I believe this is it. Dr. Sai's laboratory. That chemical smell really assaults the nose, and there's plenty to assault the eyes in here, too. It looks as though the doctor isn't here, but we're here now, so we may as well do some sightseeing, don't you think? What a seasoned tourist you've become, Miss Susato. We could just have a little look around, being careful not to upset any restless souls. Let's poke her stuff. Let's do it. Look at all the bottles on the shelves in these cabinets. What an assortment of chemicals. These ones here are labeled highly toxic. Ah, that's worrying, because there are also things that look like salt and pepper shakers in there. Oh yes, and they actually say salt and pepper on them. The doctor probably spends a lot of time in this room, I suppose. Perhaps she has meals here sometimes. Life goes on, even when you're surrounded by death. A table and a set of sharp tools. When you consider each in isolation, it all looks quite innocent. So why is it that when you put them side by side, they seem so horribly disturbing? It might be best not to ponder it too deeply. Seeing the large tome that's open on the desk does make me wonder, though. How can anybody concentrate on bookwork with this acrid odor of chemicals in the air? You'd either have to have a cast iron constitution or a really terrible sense of smell. Either is possible. Ooh, look at the brain. Is that a brain? Those large jars seem to have pale things floating around inside them. I suppose they're fruit liquors or something. Or like the pickled umeboshi plums we make back home. That was a hard one, sorry. Ah, Father had jars like that in his laboratory as well. I expect they're human organs in a preserving solution. Probably as examples of some rare medical condition. Miss Susato, there are some things in the world that it's perfectly fine never to know about. Ever. Oh, so as I said, I'm sure they're fruit liquors or umeboshi, aren't they? Of course. Please don't scare me. I'm so easily scared. Ryunosuke is. Bird. That looks like an owl and a crow up there. I know, and they haven't even twitched since we came in here. Well, no, they wouldn't have. They're taxidermy mounts, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, I was afraid you were going to say that. I've been trying very hard to tell myself they're just sleeping with their eyes open. Bird up! What? You're watching the worst attorney in London. Yes, I think perhaps you are wise to put something like your Dharma doll on display in the office instead. Skeleton warrior! Well, look at this. What a magnificent display case. The cherry wood has been polished to a high sheen, and the intricate carving is a joy to behold. Western cabinet makers really are very skilled, aren't they? He's trying to ignore the skeleton. Do you have nothing to say about the skeleton inside, Mr. Naruhodo? I've never actually met anyone who sleeps with their eyes open. I don't know how you do that. If it's like a condition or something you can train yourself to do. Miss Susato, can't you tell that I'm trying very hard to avoid talking about the terrifying contents of the case? Oh, it's how I cope. I'll be sure to remember that from now on. I suppose this is Dr. Sai's desk. Ugh, I would not like to work in a place like this. It's very tidy, though, isn't it, Mr. Naruhodo? Imagine how efficiently she must work. I feel like she's taking a shot here at Ryunosuke's organization skills. The lighting is poor, which is bad for the eyes, and the chemical smell can't be good for you. Not to mention the skeleton watching over you as you work, which is definitely bad for the nerves. Well, yes, those are valid concerns, I suppose. I can just about cope with the one-eyed Daruma doll watching over me, but that's all. Chair. I suppose this is Dr. Sai's desk. Oh. I accidentally clicked the wrong thing. There's like something... Yeah, here we go. It's the book. Look at this big, thick book here. Ah, it appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record of the forensic investigation team's spending, I think. Oh? What is it? It's clear that the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but uh-oh, is she cooking the books? Well, one entry seems rather strange. Really? In what way? They're buying 500 scalpels every month. 500? They must be working really hard on dissecting corpses. I don't know. Judicial autopsies are only carried out in certain special circumstances. And scalpel blades can be sharpened, too. It does seem a bit strange, you're right. 500 scalpels a month? What could they possibly be using all of them for? It's called tax fraud, Ryunosuke. What are you doing? Ah! Here she is. She is very attractive. Hello. Hello. Hi. You can't see it, but I'm twirling my hair a little bit. Sorry, we had something we wanted to ask you, but you weren't here, so... So you thought you'd snoop around? That's acceptable to you people from the East, is it? The scalpels are all for Dio? Oh, that makes sense. Well, what do you want? Lord Strongheart told us, you see, that it was you who examined the victim's body. This theme song is very good. I like this. Mr. Asmon's body, I mean. So we came to ask you about your findings on Lord Strongheart's advice. She has like a snake thing on her hand, like it's like a bracelet. This lady invented goth in the 20th century. Very well. If the Lord Chief Justice has given his consent, I'll tell you what our investigations revealed. But when we're done, you must leave immediately. Ma'am, can you please take a look at this? Dr. Scythe, would you be good enough to take a look at this? Oh, you think I'm good enough, do you? No, I didn't mean... So I'm not good enough. In that case, why would you show me anything? Clearly you're too good for me to show you anything again, ever. Oh, she doesn't care at all. Yeah, we got her and Tuspells in the same case. Can you believe it? 2 hot girl bosses in one. Scythe comes from Shishu, meaning to die. Oh, that makes sense. So, and it also kind of sounds like, you know, Scythe, like the Reaper's Scythe. So, you want to know what the forensic investigation team determined from its examination of the scene? The victim, Mr. Odie Asman, who disappeared from the experimentation stage amid an explosion, and the Mr. Asman, who appeared moments later part way up the Crystal Tower, were without question one and the same person. That is the team's conclusion. But that can't be right. If it was an elaborate trick, we can only speculate about how it was carried out. Let's see. If two people who looked very similar to each other were involved, they could have made it appear as if one single person had switched places, couldn't they? Very true. But sadly, in this instance, that was not the case. The man who disappeared and the man who subsequently reappeared were the same person. The fingerprints at the scene make that quite evident. Ah, fingerprints. They're not yet officially recognized as forensic evidence in the British justice system. But one day they will be used as an investigative aid as a matter of course. Oh my, so that would mean that the instantaneous kinesis actually took place. So, where does that leave us? My team was tasked with investigating, not drawing conclusions. I don't think the kinesis took place. I just don't think he was ever... Actually, that's a tough one, because he was in the machine, so how did he get up there? Instantaneous kinesis is impossible, and yet the body did move from one place to the other. This hasn't cleared anything up at all. It's made the whole thing even more of a mystery. Ah! Hello? Oh, this is a Mama, what is this? Ah! Where did she spring from? Why are they all dripped out? And did she just call the doctor Mama? Oh, she's a MILF too, is she? Let's go. This is a lawyer, dear. Oh. Hello. To meet you. Pleased to meet you. Yes, I'm a defense lawyer. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Mama. Yes. Can I cut this one up? What? Oh no. Oh no. How terrible. How terrible for all of us. Women who intend to do violence. I've never seen inside an Eastern person before. I want to know what it looks like. Of course you can't. It's a live specimen, as you can very well see. We all look the same inside. I'm pretty sure I read that somewhere. Humph. Boring. I think I just had a near-death experience. Oh dear. Mr. Naruhodo, you're as pale as a corpse. Then let's leave before I'm mistaken for one. So, what are you doing at the moment, Doctor? Keeping a close eye on things so no impertinent Easterners think they can look around my office. Are there such impertinent Easters around? How terrible. Yes, you. She doesn't mince her words, Miss Susato. I think perhaps it's time we left. Maybe there's something we missed at the experimentation stage. Oh. Alright. Thanks. Gina. We were actually hoping that we can investigate the scene again. Yeah, alright. If it's around here, you can do what you like. Oh, that's alright, is it? I'm gonna be playing with me new friend here. Oh yes, Toby. Apparently, we can't look around on the stage now because the forensics investigation team are at work. Can't you do anything, Gina? In your capacity as Inspector Lestrade? Look, I'd like to help you out. But I'm just a trainee, ain't I? Ain't nothing I can do. When it suits you, yes. I guess that's all. Is there anything I missed, like, to examine? Bup, bup, bup. We better not try going up those stairs to the stage area now. If we were to bump into the forensic investigation team, it sounds like it could make trouble. Bup, ba, 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 da, 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 da. Oh look, a flying balloon. I've never seen one in the flesh before. I can't understand how they can fly, and so high up as well. Oh, but think of the view, Mr. Naruhodo. You must be able to see for miles and miles. I do think of it, and it terrifies me. I mean, it would be certain death if you fell out. I'm sure they're perfectly safe. After all, they've been invented by some of the brightest minds in the world. Let's not forget that we know at least one has exploded. I'm sure there are other ways to fly. Nope. Maybe it's something we have to present to her? Ah, here we go. Trevor's card. About this, Gina. Yeah, I'm still learning me letters at the moment. I only know A to E, so if it ain't too much bleeding trouble... Ah, actually, Gina, it's the back of the card that's important. Eh? How come? There's just a dirty old smudge on the back, that's all. It turns out that this is very high-quality French machine oil, and has a very particular scent, apparently. You don't say. Let's have a whiff, then. Take a deep old sniff of that. You sure? I don't smell nothing. No, we didn't mean that you should smell it. Oh, Roy. You mean Toby. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. He'll lead us to Trevor. Woof! His sense of smell is so good he can track people over the oceans, can he? Professor Hairbrain informs us that this oil is unique to Mr. Trevor's workshop. I like her holding him like that. It's so cute. I think he's picked up a scent. So you mean if he follows the scent of this oil, Toby could lead us to the Doji Cave's workshop? That's right. That's exactly what we were hoping. Alright then, we'll give it a go. I'll just borrow that. What? Wait, when did you... Once a pickpocket. If I can lead everyone to that Trevor's workshop, I'll be the boss's boss before next week. Oh yes, Gina. I'm sure you'll be promoted. Let's go, girl bosses. Poor Gregson. Right then, Edo, leave it to me. Sorry? We're gonna get going after that dodgy engineer cove right this minute. Oh, but hang on. Someone's supposed to be on guard duty here all the time. I'm afraid we can't help. We need to get on with our investigation as well, Gina. Oh, right. Oh, well, never mind. It ain't gonna be me what gets it in the neck. It'll be the boss. Poor Gregson again. Ready, Toby? Get that oil sent, have ya? Come on then, boy. See you later. Oh, we're not going. She's just going by herself, I guess. I do hope the scent of that oil leads him to that swindler's workshop. Yes, I hope so too. Ideally before the dog swims across the channel to France. Well, I think we've done all the investigating we can here for now. If we could just determine the whereabouts of Mr. Trevor. I'm sure Gina and little Toby won't let us down. Now then, do you think we ought to try speak with Mr. Sholmes at this point? We have things to discuss, and I'm dying to meet him again after all these months. Yes, it's quite possible he might know something useful, you're right. We ought to find him at Madame Tussbell's. He's supposed to be working there as a temporary waxwork exhibit. Yes, Iris told me about his latest unusual venture. Okay, now he's at Baskervilles. This should probably finish up the investigation segment. I can't imagine there's anything else to do. The Museum of Waxwork. Here we are again, at the House of Horrors. I'm afraid I haven't got used to the place yet. I'd still like to turn on my heels and go straight home, via the confectionery, of course. Susato-san is really after something sweet today, isn't she? Eek! What's the matter? Look, Mr. Naruhodo, look at that waxwork. I'm quite sure it wasn't there before. Hi, Sholmes. He's in the same place again. It looks exactly like Mr. Sholmes down to the very last detail. Aha! What is it? Oh, sorry. I think you'll find that's the temporary waxwork himself. There she is. I can't believe this case is so full of girl bosses. Ah, the friend of my dedicated employee. Oh yes, hello again. It's Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I must say I am quite spellbound by the great detective. He is a marvel. My precious waxwork is already back where it belongs. You don't mean... But yes, the mystery is solved already. Wow, Mr. Sholmes can really engage his brain when he's hungry enough. So as you can see, he has returned to his habitual duties. Yes. His habitual duties? Alors, do not disturb, huh? I'm afraid we're gonna have to disturb. Poor Susato-san, she looks very perplexed. Kick him in the shins again. We really do need to speak with Mr. Sholmes, and I am longing to say hello again. But where is he? Sholmes is like Fortnite dancing behind her as she doesn't notice. I think you might find that he's quite nearby, actually. Oh! He's gone! Well, what do you... Indeed, my dear fellows, it is I, the world-famous great detective and waxwork, Sherlock Sholmes. She scared him to death. Susato-san! Susato-san! She fainted. My most humble apologies. I thought I died and gone to eternal paradise for a moment, via London. My dear madam, allow me to make amends by offering you a tasty free deduction at some point. As long as it's not of questionable street food quality. Hey, some of the best food is street food, actually. I don't understand. Why are you working as a waxwork here, Mr. Sholmes? Merely a secret identity, you understand? Though the case is largely solved now. Largely solved? We're talking about the waxwork abduction, I presume. Indeed we are, my good fellow. As I predicted, it was as easy as proverbial pie. Though I confess, I'm yet to partake of a pie, proverbial or otherwise. Or any food so far today, for that matter. He's so hungry. That stomach rumble echoed around the whole museum. My hungry, wungry Sholmes. So how did you manage to solve it so quickly? Ah, well, do you remember I said it was largely solved? Anyway, I simply negotiated with the culprit. Are you familiar with the so-called telephone? Oh yes, it's a most modern invention, allowing you to hold a conversation with people far away. In Japan, only the imperial capital and a handful of other cities are connected as yet. This morning, a telephone call was received here from the perpetrator of the abduction. As such, I was able to negotiate terms, and in the end, the waxwork was returned. Ah, this is just like Big O. We have come to terms. That's amazing. Just between you and I, it would appear the culprit had always intended to return the stolen waxwork in any event. Oh, but I thought whoever was responsible had demanded a ransom, no? Yes, I think perhaps the ransom demand was necessary to avoid unwanted suspicion regarding the true motive. But does that not mean your negotiating was entirely unnecessary? Please don't talk about that. A fact that I must ask you to keep from Madame Tussbells at all costs. A hungry young Iris awaits my return to Baker Street, after all. Poor Iris. A Mega Deus that's activated by Cosimus Katana, that would be great. Now then, do I sense that you have some business with this great waxwork? Tell us about Enoch. We're in the process of trying to track somebody down. Oh? Yes, a man by the name of Enoch Trevor. He's the swindler who duped Professor Hairbrain and the engineer who built the kinesis machine. A swindler and an engineer. Quite the modern man. He also seems to be a conjurer of sorts too, with considerable knowledge of stage magic. We really need to locate him before the trial resumes tomorrow morning. But we have so few clues to go on, that's the trouble. Do you have any good ideas? I have no data yet. It is a capital mistake to have good ideas before one has data. If I knew something of the man's appearance, at least, I may be in a better position to help. Yes, Trevor's appearance. Fortunately for you, however, presently I have little to occupy myself and little to fill my stomach. As soon as you find any clue, no matter how small, I should gladly give you my thoughts on it. Well, we do have that picture of him. I'll present it to him after talking about Cosmo. Mr. Sholmes, did you lie to us? My dear Mr. Naruhodo, stay that piercing stare. What is this about? Last winter, when we were first on our way to Britain aboard the steamship, your words were very clear. So then, let us unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder. You told us that it was murder, and you examined Kazuma-sama's body. Indeed, and wherein lies the problem? We met him earlier today, the victim, Kazuma Asogi. You're quite sure? He was wearing some sort of mask, and was apparently suffering from amnesia. But yes, I'm quite sure. It was Kazuma-sama. You must have known at the time, Mr. Sholmes, that he wasn't actually dead. Well, I can only assume I was swept up in the murderous atmosphere of the moment. But the fellow wasn't dead at all? Priceless. I don't suppose that performance would pass muster, would it, Mr. Naruhodo? I could believe that the crewman present at the time made a mistake. But not you, Mr. Sholmes. I like how he's like, I just did it for a laugh. You don't really believe I was swept up, do you? I will now tell you something of the first importance, my dear fellow. Great detectives are wont to lie. It will serve you well to remember that. Please, Mr. Sholmes. Tomorrow in court, you will find yourself on the threshold of a very great mystery. For now, I'm afraid that is all I can say. Alright, he's not budging. Get the clamps. Actually, we'll just show him the picture. Mr. Sholmes, would you cast your eyes over this photographic print? It's of Mr. Enoch Trevor, the face of the engineer we seek. Well, all Englishmen look broadly the same, of course. You can be racist against yourself, I guess. So, looking at this photograph won't be particularly instructive. Are you alright, Mr. Sholmes? Ah, yes, forgive me. Very interesting, this. Very interesting indeed. What's wrong, Mr. Sholmes? You've turned quite pale all of a sudden. Oh boy, he knows him, doesn't he? Hey, guess who we haven't seen yet? The waxwork of the professor. We haven't seen what the professor looks like yet. I have a suggestion, Miss Naruhodo. Will you indulge me? Oh, well, what is it? As I explained to you when you arrived, the missing waxwork has been returned. Yeah, I knew it. And I personally reinstalled it in the exhibit from which it was taken, behind those thick curtains. If there's one thing I'm good at, minions, among the many other things I'm very good at, it is sussing out a mystery. I'm quite the detective myself, you know. I love mysteries. I love solving mysteries for fun. Oh yes, the professor exhibit, wasn't it? Would you like to see it? For a mere 5 shillings, that special one-time only price, you understand. What? The opportunity won't come again, I might add. Wouldn't you like to see the fruits of my labor? Oh, well, we do have a rather pressing investigation to carry out. Perhaps we could postpone? The price is a very reasonable 5 shillings. I think you'll find it's well worth it. Can't wait to see me go insane trying to solve Umineko. Oh, it'll be a lot of fun. Are you being quite serious, Mr. Sholmes? Surely you need only look at my expression to ascertain if this is seriousness or silliness. What do you think? Seriousness or silliness? I can never tell with you, that's the point. Very well, it couldn't hurt. Here's your 5 shillings. Gratefully received. So, the special exhibit awaits beyond the curtain. I invite you to peruse it at your leisure. Oh, no, I'll never be as bad as Jason. Like, I'm not, like, taking notebooks full of notes or anything over Umineko. I'm here to absorb it. Well, the money's been spent, so let's go and see the special exhibit. Through those heavy curtains at last. Alright, let's check it out. 5 shillings we've had to pay. It doesn't seem right somehow that Mr. Sholmes slipped the money into his own pocket, does it? No. Ah, we could ask Gina to retrieve it for us, using her special skills. Please stop saying the word diddling, I'm begging you. Pickpocketing police officers and diddling detectives? Is this what makes Britain great? Not to mention demigod prosecutors taking the law into their own hands, or chip-loving inspectors. Inspector Gregson comes off rather well on that list, I think. "23rd October, Madame Tussbell's special exhibit." Ah! Oh dear, I felt a shiver run down my spine as soon as we walked in here. Miss Susato, I say we turn on our heels and go straight home, via a really big confectionery. We certainly can't do that. We've paid 5 shillings already. True. Spooky. Actually, now I'm looking a little more closely. That guy has no head. So no head? We paid good money to see an exhibit that's clearly incomplete. The nerve of the great diddling detective, fuck's sake, is far more terrifying than anything else in this place. This must be what Mr. Shaw meant when he said the case was largely solved. Be that as it may, Mr. Sholmes heavily implied there'd be a clue about the engineering here, didn't he? But where? Since we paid 5 shillings, let's do 5 shillings worth of investigation, shall we? Yes, we will get what we paid for. Is that fear or frustration? That's making Susato-san's voice tremble. Alright. Let's look at Mr. No-Head here. This must be the killer, the fiend known as the Professor. Yes, I think so. According to what Madame Tuspel said, he killed 5 victims, all of noble or royal blood. The waxwork is so lifelike, isn't it? Like all the models in this place. I know, it looks like it could start moving at any moment, doesn't it? If only it had a head, that is. Perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. Whee! So this is the condemned man. Yes, the so-called professor. Then perhaps his head was chopped off by a guillotine. But unable to find peace, he emerged from his grave as a headless ghost. Do we have to entertain such terrifying ideas, Miss Susato? Anyway, I'm sure the model had a head once. There's a metal fitting for it, see? Then perhaps Mr. Sholmes absent-mindedly forgot to reattach it. There's an extremely absent-minded detective you're describing, isn't it? Or perhaps the thief absent-mindedly forgot to include the head when he or she returned it to the museum? And that would be an extremely absent-minded thief. Could there have been some reason why only the head wasn't returned? Well, whatever the reason, it means we don't know what the face of the infamous professor looked like, do we? Oh. There's something caught just inside the convict's jacket there. It looks like a piece of broken glass, and quite a big piece, too. Like from the Crystal Tower? Oh, that's why it doesn't have a head. It's Osmond. It's Asmund, sorry, Asmund. That's why it's missing a head, because it would be Asmund's head. He got a wax figure of himself to replace him and had it removed somehow later. It's very thick, isn't it? About 5 times thicker than normal window glazing, I'd say. Where could such a thick piece of glass have come from, I wonder? I suppose it must have been made thick to increase its strength. But why? Well, perhaps because the glass had to span a particularly wide area, such as in a big building, for example. Well, we've seen a large glass building recently, haven't we? And some of the glass was broken, too. You don't mean... Exactly. The Crystal Tower at the Great Exhibition. But why would glass from the Crystal Tower be lodged inside this waxworks jacket? It makes you think, doesn't it? It really does make you think. Earlier in court, we established that the kinesis experiment was a trick, and now we discover this fragment of glass here in this waxwork. Is it just a coincidence? Is there anything else to see here? I don't think so. This part of the exhibit is just as disturbing as the rest. It looks so real. It seems to be a young man in a white overcoat. And he has a large shovel in his hand, too. Look. Perhaps we should investigate in a little more detail. Alright, turn him around, please, so we can see it's the professor. Or not the professor, Trevor. What's this here? Well, this would appear to be a lens in the middle, so I believe it's probably a camera. A camera? But it's so small. British technology is incredible, isn't it? I mean, what about Mr. Sholmes' skin prints? I think perhaps you should treat Mr. Sholmes' inventions as exceptions to the rule. But anyway, why would the man be in a graveyard at the night with a camera? I wonder. Perhaps he was trying to capture the moment a dead body came back as a ghost on film. We'll just borrow this for a little while, I think. Yoink! By looking at the photographic plate inside the camera, we can see what picture was taken. What's a photographic plate? It's a piece of glass coated in special emulsion that reacts to the light coming in through the lens. Thank you for the science lesson, Susato. We open the cover to the back of the camera, we should find it. Let's have a look. You should see yourself, Susato-san. Your eyes are shining. You really do like machinery, don't you? That's quite a large lamp the man's carrying. Or is it a lantern? It's not unlike a Japanese chochin paper lantern, actually, is it? Yeah, we just stole it. It's fine. Lamp, lantern, chochin? point is, it casts very little light. To be walking alone in a graveyard at night with only this, well, I certainly couldn't do it. I'm not sure I could visit a graveyard at all, even in broad daylight, to be honest. Spooky. Oh, this is kind of hard to control. There we go. I wanted the shovel. What a large shovel. He's holding it rather ominously, isn't he? What on earth was a man doing with a shovel in a graveyard in the middle of the night? Miss Susato? Yes. That's a spade, isn't it? Oh my god, they keep arguing about things like this. Ladders, step ladders, lanterns, chochins, shovels, spades. No, it's a shovel. No, shovels are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a spade. We've been through this, Mr. Naruhodo. It's a shovel. No. Although, we haven't considered trowels. Narrow-minded assumptions. We've allowed ourselves to be distracted, I feel. Perhaps we should concentrate on what the man was doing with the implement. So we're going to bury the hatchet? God damn it. You're right, though. These two have like a single brain cell to share. Well, actually, Ryunosuke has one. Susato has two, so they got 3 between them. What was the man doing in the graveyard in the first place? That's the real question. Alright, give me the face reveal. I can't see his face very well, can you? Perhaps if I just... Oh, do you think you should be manhandling the exhibits, Mr. Naruhodo? I'll put it back exactly as it was, don't worry. It'll be Enoch, we know it. Yep, that's him. Ah! What on earth? How can... I don't believe it. A black monocle. Mr. Naruhodo, is it possible that this man is... Yes. Did he get so scared his hair turned white, or is it just because he's older? It's Enoch Trevor. The color of his hair is different, but it's unmistakably him. Indeed it is. Mr. Sholmes. He just really likes Tokyo Ghoul. Oh, that explains it. This man is the subject of your present hunt, I believe. Yes, that's right. Just who is this man? Why is he here in this exhibit? And why does the convict behind him have no head? The head was missing when the model was returned by the thief who stole it. What a surprise. So then the case isn't yet solved, is it? Did I not say so myself? Largely solved were my words, I believe. But I must locate the missing head tout de suite, as madams would say, or I will be in grave trouble. A very hungry Iris still awaits my return to Baker Street, preferably with rations. Ah! Do you know, though, something about this ruin is strange. Strange? What do you mean? Well, the displays in the House of Horrors are supposed to depict real events, are they not? Indeed they are, Mrs. Alto. Do go on. And, as terrifying as they are, the scenes in the other exhibits are believable. But this one... This surely couldn't ever really have happened, could it? Aha, so the other penny drops. I think it's time I educated you a little about the nature of the incidents involving the professor 10 years ago. Alright, tell us. The resurrecting convict. I believe I told you a little about the professor yesterday, did I not? He took the lives of 5 victims, every one being either a member of the aristocracy or royalty. All were attacked by an enormous hunting hound and had their throats ripped from their bodies. Someone just uploaded a review of Illbleed. That's the one with that weird demon Sonic, isn't it? Oh gosh, an enormous hound. How awful. After taking the life of his 5th victim, the killer was apprehended. It was a case of unprecedented magnitude in Britain, you understand. Accordingly, the professor was tried in a closed court, No members of the public were permitted. A closed court? So you mean that the professor's identity? As you've surmised, my dear fellow, his identity was never made public. Naturally, he was found guilty and was summarily sentenced to death by hanging. He was buried in a grave at Lowgate Cemetery, which adjoins the rear of the prison where he had been held. However, that was not the end of the affair. Oh. The very night that he was buried, the convicted man came back to life. Came back to life? He clawed his way out of the ground and emerged into the moonlit graveyard. The exhibit here depicts that very scene as described by the sole witness to those chilling events. There was a witness? But of course, my dear fellow, it was none other than the young man with the white overcoat. Enoch Trevor. He saw it happen? Spooky. So this is a waxwork model of Enoch Trevor. 10 years ago, the convicted professor, having been gibbeted and buried, emerged from his grave in the dead of night. The sole witness to that unimaginable scene was this young man. From appearances, I would say he was about 20 years old. It's so horrifying. Scared out of his wits, the young Trevor ran to a nearby police station to report the incident. And the sheer terror of what he'd seen is said to have turned his hair white overnight. Ah, that explains it. Yes, as shown in the photograph we have of him, his hair is completely white. For the following few days, the story of what he'd seen was on every front page in the capital. The public was frantic for every last detail about the killer who'd come back to life. As you've seen, an exhibit was even created here in Madame Tussel's. I can quite understand why the man's hair turned white, certainly. But what I don't understand is what Mr. Trevor was doing in the first place, in a lonely graveyard in the middle of the night. Yes, what was he up to? It is a good question. The professor's acts of terror threw London's upper classes into complete panic 10 years ago. It was a great scandal, one might say, at the very highest levels of society. And since the killer's identity was never made public, rumors abounded. After all, no killer had ever before systematically employed a dog as a weapon of murder. Yes, I can imagine the impact that case must have had. But in time, of course, the rumors were abated. So too did talk of the shocking witness account of the convict who came back to life. It was forgotten, dismissed as a dubious ghost story, as a preposterous parlor tale. But why did people stop believing it? Why? Simply because there was no resurrection to speak of, as was established in fact. What do you mean by no resurrection? The police investigated the grave in Lowgate Cemetery and published their findings. The convict's body was found to be buried exactly where it had been following the execution. No. Unless it was replaced by a waxwork mannequin or something. But that would mean Mr. Trevor must have lied to the police and the newspaper. That would appear to be the only logical explanation, yes. The young man subsequently vanished from society and nothing has been heard of him since. It's rather striking, then, that he should resurface now, don't you think? Of course the convicted murderer couldn't really have come back to life, that's not possible. But Trevor's hair is unusually white, and if that really did happen overnight as a result of shock, it's hard to believe the incident was an out-and-out lie. So there's obviously more to this than we think. Oh, hi, Gina. What the bleeding Nora, Odo? What have you gone and done? Gina, what are you doing here? Oh, why does she still have the gun? I asked Iris, and she said this is where you'd be, so... Gina, not so loud in the museum. Madame Tussel's will have you take a position as a waxwork if you're not careful. Think there might be a more pressing concern. I still had some flash powder left from 6 months ago, so... All right, Gina, we understand, but please put down the gun. She's going crazy. She hates it here. I love her pouty face, though. It's really cute. Sorry, I got scared. Her pouty face is adorable. I want to squish her cheeks. You should try being the one on the other end of the barrel. So, what brings you here, Gina? What brings me here? What do you think? We found it. We found that dodgy cove's workshop. What? You found Trevor's workshop? Yup. Toby's nose took me straight there. The boss and the others are heading over there now in a drag, so come on. Here's the address. I got the boss to write it out. Oh, thank you, Gina. We'll make our way there at once. All right, then. See you there. Oh, what are you sad about now? You go. Don't mind me. I'll just stay here being still. He's sad he still has to be a waxwork. What? I know my place in the exhibit over there. Oh dear, someone is feeling sorry for himself. Let's go, Mr. Sholmes, you're coming. Your words hearten me, I must say, but if I were to shirk my duties here, Madam would have me pay monetary recompense, and Iris's dinner plate would be empty once more. Forget that, I'll pay for everything. Then there's not a moment to lose, my dear fellow. I shall hail a carriage at once. He, like, zoomed. Noom. No offer to share the cost for Mr. Sholmes, then. I shall gladly pay half, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you, Miss Susato. Right, let's go. I'm so sorry, everybody. I was hoping to get through this whole investigation segment, but it ended up running longer than I thought it would. And unfortunately, I do have some princessly duties to attend. So I will have to end the stream here. I really did try to push it as long as I could, but I unfortunately cannot go any further tonight. But please do be excited for tomorrow, where we will finish off the last of this investigation segment. We will meet Trevor, the man himself, and we'll probably do the trial too. We will have time for the trial, I think. Hopefully. But thank you all for watching. I really had fun with this. This is a really intriguing case. I'm super into it. I love mysteries. It's so fun. But I had a great time. And I'm hoping you'll all come again tomorrow for more Ace Attorney goodness. And in the meantime, we'll raid one of my friends' tattoo. If you liked what you watched, consider following the channel and also clicking on those links below to join the Discord, or follow the YouTube channel where I upload all my VODs, and follow me on Twitter as well. So thank you very much, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow for more Ace Attorney. Good night.